Good morning, everyone. I see that you are all joining us, seeing the welcome poll come up. We're so glad that you're here for our 2024 Midwest Conference on Working Cancer. I'm Nicole Jarvis, Assistant Director of Programs here at Cancer at Careers, and I am so happy to be welcoming you all to today's conference. Now, for those of you who are listening in from your phone, please let us know by sending an email to cancerandcareers@cew.org. In that, please include your name and your phone number that you're dialing in from. This way, we're able to confirm your attendance and make sure that you receive all of the relevant information and materials following today's event. Now, before we get underway, as you might know, Zoom has a lot of great features that you can use to interact with today's event with us and with other attendees. We have the Q&A box, so if you have any questions about today's content, please submit them by clicking the Q&A box, which you will see on the bottom. We know the importance of privacy, so there is an option to submit your questions anonymously. We'll do our best to answer everyone's questions, but please be patient and know that we are a very small team. So if your questions are not content related, please send us an email at cancerandcareers@cew.org. And we will try to get an answer for you after today. There is also a chat box in your features panel. Our goal today is really to keep you as engaged with the content as possible. So please let us know what you're doing throughout the day. I already saw a bunch of people saying hello, which is always really exciting to see where everyone's coming from. We will be posting some messages in the chat box, so just keep your eyes open for those. Just an important thing to note is that those are not private. So chat messages will show your first and last name. So if that is something that you're worried about, just be mindful of it if you decide to engage in the chats. And again, all questions should be submitted to the Q&A box because we're able to track them a little bit better there. They could get lost in the chat. And finally, we'll be launching some poll questions throughout the day. You may have already answered the one this morning, but note that all poll responses are anonymous. If you are experiencing any technical issues, please visit the link on this slide to access our instructions guide, or you can reach out to Zoom directly by email or phone, and we will share in the chat another link to that as well. Now, just a few key things related to accreditation. And for those of you who don't require this information, please bear with me. I promise I will make this as fast as possible. Today's virtual conference is accredited for CEUs by the Association of Social Work Boards, the New York State Education Department State Board for Social Work, the American Nurses Credentialing Centers Commission on Accreditation, and the California Board of Registered Nursing. We're also accredited today for PDCs for HR professionals by SHRM. So if you plan on receiving continuing education credits for this program from any of these accrediting bodies, please proceed with the following steps. First, you must log on or call in individually. Participants who listen in on someone else's line will not receive credit. Arrival time is based on the time that you logged on or dialed in for this conference, which we will be tracking. And then second, within 2 weeks of this event, you must complete and submit the evaluation. So credits will be awarded based on sessions marked as attended on the evaluation, and everyone will be required to sign an attestation upon submitting that evaluation. Please also note that if you are requesting credits from the California Board of Registered Nursing, you have to be present for the full day to qualify. We're unable to prorate those. The link to the evaluation will be shared at the conclusion of the day, so please take the time to complete them at that point. If you're unable to complete it today, a follow-up email with the link to that evaluation will also be sent on Monday, March 25th. And all of this information can be found in more detail on the accreditation handout that was included in the virtual folder we sent out, as well as on our website. And for those of you who are planning to request continuing education credits by our accrediting bodies, we are required to share this slide with you. So I'll just leave it up for you all to read. And for those of you who are comfortable sharing on social media, please join us in the conversation using the hashtag #CACMidwest in your social post today. And don't forget to shout us out using our handles, which are all listed on this slide. It's really fun to see what you're capturing from the presentation while tuning in from home and sharing it with others. Now, onto a bit about Cancer and Careers. If you're new to the organization, this is a list of all of the free programs and services that we offer. Basically, we are a one-stop shop for all issues related to work and cancer. And if we don't offer the services ourselves, we know where to refer you. So over the next few slides, I'm going to highlight just a few of the many programs that we offer in case you're unfamiliar. And feel free to register as much as you'd like today. So we have 9 webinars still remaining in 2024. They focus on a wide range of issues that impact those who are working with cancer. Now, some topics will be touched on today and others are completely new. I do want to point out, though, that our next 2 will be focused on the job search. So they can be actually a nice complement to the topics being discussed today. So we do hope that you will register and join us. From that same link on the slide, you can also access our archive of sessions from this year as well as last. They're just a really great resource to give you a deep dive on a variety of topics to help balance work after a diagnosis. So I definitely encourage you to attend live sessions if you can, but if not, certainly check out our videos as well. Now, we offer a number of supportive services, including our free resume review service. So this offers the opportunity to have your resume critiqued by one of our volunteer career coaches. Additionally, we provide access to career coaches via our Ask a Career Coach message board. And as a matter of fact, one of our career coaches will be presenting this afternoon. It's Adam Goldberg, so it would be nice to hear from him. While our financial assistance grant program is currently closed, we do hope to reopen that later in the year, and we have a link on our website to sign up for the notification list if you are interested. So you will receive an email once it does open. We also offer a collective diary as a place to share feelings, thoughts, ideas that may help to inspire and validate other visitors to our site. Our educational blog and newsfeed are both rich resources where those who have been diagnosed, their caregivers, employers, and healthcare professionals can stay current on topics related to work and cancer. Cancer and Careers also conducts annual research initiatives. You'll hear the findings referenced throughout this morning's presentation, and you can read the findings from past years as well as other relevant research from across the cancer community on our website. And finally, our bi-monthly newsletter is really the best way to make sure that you're staying up to date with all the goings on at CAC, and you can sign up for that using the link listed on this slide or via our website. Our publication library has been a cornerstone for CAC since the very beginning. It provides a tangible, easy to digest opportunity to deliver key information to patients, survivors, and healthcare professionals. They are available in both English and Spanish, and they can be ordered or downloaded from our website. Again, all are free of charge. And we've been expanding our resources and information for caregivers on our website, so please be sure to check that out, along with the November webinar, which is specifically focused on guidance for balancing work and caregiving responsibilities. CAC also provides critical information and guidance to help coworkers understand the challenges that people with cancer are facing in the workplace, and of course, how they can offer the best support, which we will be touching on a little bit this morning as well. And finally, I want to mention our recent work with companies. Cancer and Careers is being brought in by employers large and small to provide guidance on policies, facilitate focus groups, surveys, and trainings for HR, managers, and additional staff. And lastly, I just want to mention our Workplace Transitions Project. Cancer and Careers partnered with a number of organizations to create this online destination. But our content is really the basis for the e-toolkit, and it's focused on educating managers in the workplace. So be sure to check that out if that is of interest to you. Now, I'd like to extend a big thank you to the sponsors for today's event. It's really only through their generosity that it's possible for us to be here with all of you today. First is our gold sponsor. Without Genentech, Cancer and Careers would not be where it is today. They've been championing us since our founding 23 years ago, truly believing that our work is a critical part of the cancer experience. Now, this event is just one of the many things that they provide funding for throughout the year, and we're so thankful. And on to our incredible silver sponsors. Pfizer Oncology is dedicated to helping patients through innovation and collaboration. And CAC has been fortunate to be a part of that collaboration through this event and beyond. P&G Beauty has been a supporter since the earliest days of our work. They own some of the world's most trusted beauty brands, so their trust in us is something we don't take for granted. And QVC is a champion of this event and so many others. In order to raise funds and awareness in 2024, they are supporting us directly and encouraging their community to donate all year long. And thank you to our bronze sponsor, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. They are a longtime partner of ours and the largest nonprofit dedicated to creating a world without blood cancers. They've seen firsthand why work needs to be part of the cancer conversation. And last but definitely not least are our patron sponsors. Also, who specializes in disability services for over 30 years. They truly know how important all of the issues we will talk about today are. And Servier Pharmaceuticals is joining us once again. Their 360-degree support of cancer and careers is just one example of their commitment to serving the needs of their patients. And of course, we'd like to take a moment to recognize Cancer and Careers year-round sponsors. This incredible group of 19 companies have helped this conference make this conference possible through their ongoing investment in what we do every day, and we are so grateful for their unwavering commitment to our mission. And beyond the support of our incredible conference sponsors, CAC is also fortunate to have extraordinary community partners who have helped spread the word about today. So be sure to check out their resources. You can find the list on the Midwest Conference Community Partner page to learn a little bit more about them. Now, today you'll be hearing from myself and 3 other speakers. In the email that we shared this morning, there was a link to the bio page, so you can have the opportunity to learn a little bit more about each of us if you are interested. And here's our agenda for the day. And really, in building our agenda for today, we assume time for questions in each section, and we're really going to try hard to keep to the timing for each section. So please make sure to post your questions in the Q&A box so we can address them now or in follow-up later. CAC has staff working behind the scenes who will be fielding everything they can to help make sure that you get the answers that you need. We shared via email a copy of the deck this morning. So please just remember it's something that is up to date as of today, but things certainly can change. We also shared the agenda and the speaker bios. So if you didn't see it, the link to the virtual event folder is being shared in the chat as I speak. And I just want to quickly take a moment to acknowledge a few things. We're living in a world that is continuing to shift right before our eyes, but we know this day of learning will be relevant to each of you now or soon again. We also know that each of you likely have your own unique language for how you describe your experience, and your own set of preferences for how the larger community does as well. So throughout the day, all the speakers are likely to use words including patient, survivor, employee, people, etc. But please know that the word choice is never meant to be exclusive to anyone. And beyond that, we recognize that everyone participating is at a different point in their work and cancer experience. Now, for some, the early decisions have been made or you've already had to change course. And for others, you're past the work and treatment question and on to a new job or wanting a new job. And still others are healthcare professionals looking for practical guidance on the whole work continuum. And we hope that even if every slide isn't applicable to your current situation, you'll leave today better prepared to address the challenges that you're facing in your life. So on that note, let's shift gears and move into the content portion of the day. We're going to do that by starting right at the heart of the working cancer conversation. So I'm going to welcome Scott Sinclair to kick it off.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you all for joining us this morning. So just like Nicole was talking about, we want to recognize that those of you joining us today are likely in different stages of managing and addressing your diagnosis. So some of you may have just been diagnosed a few days ago and are perhaps still trying to wrap your head around everything. Some of you may have started treatment already and have already made some of these choices about how to move forward in regards to your job. Some of you may be facing a recurrence and looking for new approaches to balancing work and treatment this time around, or maybe you're in a different place than the ones I've mentioned. Regardless of where exactly you are in your journey, we hope that you'll leave today with some new, helpful information that's relevant to you and can help determine your best path forward. Today, we'll be discussing a number of considerations for those of you in different scenarios. Those of you who are currently working and balancing a diagnosis, those of you who are looking to return to an existing job, and of course, those of you who are actively looking for work. We'll touch on the job search process in a little bit, and we also have a session this afternoon on using AI strategically in the job search, so we hope you'll stick around for that as well. Now, before we jump into exploring the various work concerns and the potential approaches to managing them, I would like to take just a few moments to talk about some common misconceptions about cancer and work, which we often hear about people encountering and can feel particularly daunting. So misconceptions such as people diagnosed with cancer or another serious medical condition can't work. People diagnosed with cancer or another serious medical condition don't want to work. People balancing work and cancer are not as productive, and so on. Now, what's important to remember when thinking about work is that it's often much more than a paycheck and benefits, which of course are important, but there's an identity piece to it that shouldn't be overlooked. Many people take pride in their jobs and get satisfaction from working regardless of the industry or their role, because understandably, work is who we are, is part of who we are. So the idea that cancer takes away the ability or the desire to work is often false. Now, we list these here to highlight the range of misconceptions around a cancer diagnosis as it relates to work. And we'll be discussing some strategies and tools to help you understand how to approach your situation in order to make informed decisions about whether, if, or how to work during all or part of treatment. So from here, let's jump right into the heart of the work and cancer conversation, and that is the diagnosis and work dilemma. When deciding about working through or soon after treatment, the first thing that you need to do is look at the big picture and think about the many, often competing pieces of making a decision about work in light of your cancer diagnosis. Now, all of the unknowns can feel understandably overwhelming. This makes it important in moments like these to acknowledge the reality of what's going on, and from there, start to isolate and answer some specific questions in order to illuminate the best path forward. It's also important to recognize that sometimes the answers to these questions are naturally in conflict with one another, but acknowledging that conflict and making an informed decision with that in mind is critical. So two key questions that you can ask yourself are: how important is work to you personally? And what information do you actually need to make good decisions about work? Now, I do also want to acknowledge that many of you in the past may be past this initial moment of making decisions in light of your diagnosis. And if you are, that's okay. There still may be some helpful things to think through now and to make sure that what you're doing is working for you, or to keep on hand as things change in your treatment and recovery. So what are the questions that you should be asking yourself in order to make the best decisions about work, about balancing work and cancer? So often a good place to start is by spending some time considering what your wants are versus your needs. They tend to vary from person to person. And when people start to list out their wants and needs, they sometimes find that they aren't in alignment with one another. And that's okay. The idea here is to take a step back and start evaluating the individual parts within the bigger picture to figure out what's true for you. So for example, what are your financial and insurance needs? For some people, that's going to be key in driving decisions about whether or not to work during treatment. And for others, it's not going to be the case. So you can also ask yourself, how is your identity connected to your job? Maybe you love what you do and you want to make sure that you're able to continue doing it because it's going to help you to cope during treatment. Again, this isn't going to be the case for everybody, but the point is to have a sense of how that comes into play for you. And of course, no person is only their job and their diagnosis. So what might you want to consider in terms of your personal life? Do you have any obligation to family or other loved ones that need to be prioritized? What do you think you might need in terms of self-care? You might also find that when you start asking yourself these questions, even more questions start to come up that you don't know how to answer by yourself. And that is okay too. We'll talk about that more shortly.
Now, In addition to the very important list of questions that Scott just shared for you to be asking yourself, are those related to the idea of disclosing your diagnosis, both at and outside of work? We've shared a few on this slide, but this list is by no means exhaustive. So you want to be thinking through the things important to you and what can help you define your path, etc. It's important to really spend some time considering these so that you're examining your situation from all angles as you figure out the plan that's going to be best for you in regard to working after a diagnosis. Now, spending the time to check in with yourself and answer some hard to answer questions can mean that you're making the most informed decision, which will hopefully result in the best plan forward for your unique circumstance. Now, whether or not to reveal your cancer diagnosis, either at work or in other areas of your life, is an incredibly personal decision. It also requires thinking through a number of considerations, as I mentioned, in terms of questions to ask yourself. You'll see that it's a topic that's going to come up quite a bit today, as disclosure continues to be one of the more stress-inducing aspects when it comes to navigating work post-diagnosis. It's important to think of disclosure as being on a spectrum, as you can see on this slide. This means it's not a black or white issue, and there are no absolutes. Many of you who have been managing a diagnosis for some time are likely familiar with the gray areas of diagnosis and treatment. So it's important to take that time or take that into consideration when you do take the time to make some more definitive decisions around disclosure. Now, you can start by asking yourself how you feel about sharing the news. While some people are comfortable with the idea, others are not so much. But regardless of where you fall, those feelings are all valid. You want to ask yourself, why is it you want to share? Is it because it feels important to you to do so? Is it necessary in order to access certain legal protections or benefits? There's really no one right answer. It's all about your specific needs, preferences, and circumstances. And of course, it's important to note that not sharing is also often an option. However, if you are planning conversations, stick to what you know to be true today, since there are so many unknowns associated with diagnosis and treatment. Really try to avoid bringing what ifs into the dialogue in order to keep discussions more focused and productive, and to really avoid any potential misunderstandings about what will happen. Also, sharing typically doesn't have to be an all or nothing scenario. You can start by sharing just a small piece of information that's relevant now and specifically critical for your present day needs, and then share more down the road if and or when something else becomes relevant. Remember, you can always share more later, but once information is out there, you can't really unshare it. So we often encourage starting small and growing from there. Now, where you are in terms of your current work circumstances may also play a role in your decision-making in terms of what, when, and how you disclose. So for example, someone who's been at their job for 10 years and is very close with their supervisor and coworkers may make a different set of disclosure decisions than someone who is currently seeking work or is brand new to a job. All of which is to say that different people may have different concerns about disclosure depending on who they are and what their specific circumstances are. So now that we've presented you with a ton of questions, some of which are easy to answer, some that are more complicated, let's think about the actual process for actively making decisions about what's going to work for you. Now, despite the plethora of information that you're going to receive today, we'll be giving you actionable steps to take to make all of this feel much more manageable. So with that said, first and foremost, breathe. When approaching decisions around work after a diagnosis, a lot of emotions can crop up. That big picture can feel really overwhelming. So regardless of what's going on with you emotionally, it's really important for you to know that your feelings are valid and there is no right reaction. Allowing yourself to actually feel those emotions can really be an important part of preparing to make such decisions. So take a beat. It can be helpful to get yourself centered and focused, which is imperative when you need to make clear-headed decisions. Really look at what you need to do next and give yourself that space to breathe and process. Start to view the process as smaller parts making up the whole. Each small decision can add up to one overarching decision about work. This can really help to make those next steps feel just a little bit more manageable. Now, over the next few slides, we'll discuss what it looks like to gather information, to get organized in order to understand what your options are, identify and evaluate the options that are available to you, make potential action plans for moving forward with treatments, surgeries, medical interventions, and then really assess how work might fit into these factors. I want to monitor and evaluate how this plan could work, weigh out existing options. And finally, it's important to operate with the idea that everything is fluid and things may and likely will change. So you may need to adjust your plan by reevaluating and revisiting some of these previous steps again. But before we move on, I do want to acknowledge that sometimes decisions need to be made rather quickly due to specific circumstances, whether it's the stage of disease, the timeline for treatment, etc. So it may not always be possible or realistic to apply this exact process to every single decision that you make, and that's okay too. What we're trying to do here today is to offer you some tips and tools that can help with making decisions and the planning around them just a little bit easier.
So after taking that deep breath that Nicole just talked about and centering yourself, the next step in the process is gathering information that can help guide your decisions. Now, to
Mhm.
simplify the process a little bit, we've broken down the types of information to gather into 3 different categories. And you can see those laid out here on the slide. And those are medical and treatment information, work information, and legal information. Over the next few slides, we'll take a deeper dive into each to understand what specifically falls into each of these 3 categories. So the place to start when it comes to gathering medical and treatment information is with your medical team. You want to ask questions about the timeline for surgery and any other treatment protocols like chemo or radiation, as well as potential side effects. This can help you start to figure out whether or not it will be possible for you to work during all or part of treatment. Also remember, it's important for you to be open with your healthcare team about the specifics about what your job entails day to day, including any concerns you may have about them or what your work-related goals are, so that they can help you develop a plan for balancing work and cancer that works for what you want as well. So for example, taking a proactive approach to make sure that your chemo treatments are scheduled in a way that lines up with your needs and commitments at work can help you feel like a more active participant in your care. So an example of this may be your doctor says they would like to see you in 2 weeks, and the scheduler says that you can come in on a Thursday morning. But you know that you have a set meeting every Thursday morning with your team that's important for you to participate in. So it's worth asking whether Wednesday or Friday might work instead. While this might not always be possible, remember that asking can't hurt and can relieve you of some of that internal pressure and stress. Finally, it's a good idea to be specific about your job responsibilities, and from there, think about what triggers stress for you at work. Are you aware of any specific tasks or projects that might derail your success? And while these challenges may vary from occupation to occupation, being aware of these aspects will help you be more practical in your approach. So as we move into our conversation about gathering information regarding work itself, I want to flag that this might not be applicable for those of you who are not currently employed, but may be useful down the line when you do find yourself working again. So this part of the process can help you start to think about how you can manage your treatment protocol with the way that your company works and the duties of your job. So for instance, researching your workplace's existing policies and flexibilities can lend insight into how to devise a plan should you decide to continue working during all or part of treatment. And it can help you determine your ability to take time off in either larger or smaller chunks of time. Now, much of the information that you're looking for may be accessible through an online employee portal or in a employee handbook, both of which you can locate and go through yourself without having to have a conversation with a single human. That said, you may also prefer to have a conversation with a person, or you may need to reach out to somebody in order to get your hands on a copy of the employee handbook or to have your questions answered. And if you've been at the company for a while and have seen coworkers experiencing challenges, think back to how they were handled, both the good and the bad aspects, and consider how that might color your situation and experience. And if you have a close enough relationship to them Perhaps talking to them about how the company responded could help you as well. So as we move into our conversation about gathering legal information, I do want to mention that I am not an attorney, nor is Nicole. So if you have any specific questions about your situation, we absolutely encourage you to reach out to an attorney or a legal organization, and we'll provide some resources for you later on. However, the law plays a very important role in thinking about and talking about work and cancer, which is why we've included it here. Now, understandably, it can be kind of scary to start to think about the law and our jobs. So I want to stress that we're not going to talk about this topic because we think it's likely that an employment situation will become litigious, but rather because legal and practical issues don't exist in separate vacuums. So often where there's a practical concern, there's a legal piece to it as well. And for many people, the law becomes a key tool for helping them pull together their plan for working through treatment if they qualify for protections. So again, if you are interested in learning more about which federal or state workplace laws and protections may or may not be available to you, I encourage you to reach out to a legal expert. And you can find more broad, reliable information about laws on various government websites, as well as educational blogs and resources. So with all of that said, for the purposes of today's discussion, I do want to spend some time discussing one key law in order to provide a foundation for any additional fact-finding that might be necessary. And that law is the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the ADA. Now, to start, the ADA is a federal law, meaning that it applies to all 50 states. The part that's relevant to work and cancer comes from Title I, and like all laws, it has certain requirements that must be met to use it. Now, in broad strokes, those requirements are your employer must have a minimum of 15 employees for the law to apply to them. You must have the necessary skills, certifications, etc. to do the job. And your disability must meet the criteria determined by the ADA. Now, if you meet all of these requirements, the ADA may protect you from discrimination and may also provide access to reasonable accommodations, which we will discuss much more later on in the presentation. Again, this is just a quick overview so that you know that the ADA is something to consider, and I encourage you to speak to a legal professional to determine if you are eligible for the ADA's protections. Now, I also want to note quickly that you may also be protected by your own state's fair employment laws, so it's worth some time researching those if any of them may benefit you or your work plan. Now, another law to understand is the Family and Medical Leave Act, or the FMLA. The FMLA is a federal law that may provide protections when taking time off. This slide provides a high-level overview of the FMLA, as well as resources where you can go for information. Now, it's important to note that the law does not automatically apply to everyone. So if you are eligible, the FMLA may provide up to 12 weeks of unpaid leave, which can be used either all at once or in increments as short as a few hours at a time, as well as health insurance protection while out on leave. You can check your employee handbook or speak to your supervisor or HR department to find out whether the FMLA is available to you and or if there are other leave policies available in your workplace.
Now, once you've gathered all the information that Scott outlined, getting and staying organized is the next crucial step. In general, being organized makes life easier and can help to remove some of the chaos that we all naturally face in our lives. But after receiving a cancer diagnosis, staying organized can be extremely helpful, considering the influx of information you may be dealing with. Additionally, having everything in order for yourself may even have a positive impact, both physically and emotionally. Think of how you may feel after making your bed in the morning or clearing clutter off of your kitchen table. These are really simple acts that can produce a feeling of more control, which can really result in just a little bit more confidence throughout the day. So with that said, staying organized can aid in the various decisions that you may need to make, including the decision of whether or not to work. It can help you feel a sense of control during more of those overwhelming moments. It can help decrease work-related stress and really allow you to be better prepared for any potential hiccups or issues that could arise along the way. So let's break down some best practices for getting and staying organized. Now, as I mentioned, sometimes it's the simple tasks that can make the biggest difference. So while keeping all of your paperwork and documents in one place may seem incredibly simple, it can really help prepare you better when your brain is being pulled in so many different directions, given all of the information and the emotions that you're processing. Now, whether you're a fan of using digital files or you prefer to print out hard copies that you can actually touch and highlight, having a centralized storage spot can really reduce that headache of constantly searching for important details that are necessary in order to make appointments or communicate with your insurance company. It's also the case that during your initial information gathering, you may come across pieces of information that aren't relevant today, but could be very useful later on. So by having all of your information stored in that same place, you'll know where to look for it when the time comes and not go through the stress of searching everywhere and scratching your head of where did I put that. So the slides from today's sessions could be a good example of things that you might want to hold on to if it's not totally relevant for you right now. Next, you want to take notes during your appointments. You may prefer to use a notebook that you can write in, or your smartphone or tablet. We have a Living and Working with Cancer workbook that has a notes section in it to help you keep track of things that people have found very helpful. Recordings may be an option as well, if that's okay with the person that you're speaking with, which you always want to confirm before hitting that record button. But the bottom line is that these are all tools that can be used so you don't have to rely solely on your memory at a time when it's overrun with feelings and thoughts, concerns, and information. And another great practice, if you feel comfortable, is to bring a friend or a family member to your appointments with you. Now, while you may rather attend appointments and treatment alone, and that's entirely a personal decision, if you are open to having someone from your support network join you, they can act as another recording device and perhaps catch things that you may have missed or forgotten in your conversations with your doctors. And I'll reiterate, this is a time when focus can be cloudy due to the internal stress brought about by a news of diagnosis. So having an extra set of ears can be a really nice backup plan. And in addition to that, having someone to keep you company can also help to keep your spirits up and distract you from what can often be described as an isolating and overwhelming experience. Writing everything down so you have a record to refer back to can be really helpful as well. These could be questions, concerns, or observations to discuss during future medical appointments. Really, by keeping track of questions that might arise outside of appointment times or concerns regarding treatment or side effects, or even tracking certain observations you've made during or after treatment may give you the opportunity to feel like a more proactive and active participant in your treatment plan, which in itself can feel empowering and really remove some of those feelings of a loss of control. Now, in this notebook, it can be helpful to write down ideas and scripts for future workplace conversations, such as phone calls or project updates. It can be a place to keep track of those who are involved in your care, of which there are often many different doctors and healthcare professionals to keep track of, or employment conversations that you plan to have. And also just a place to jot down any tips that are given to you from others in the cancer community. Because if I've noticed anything over the years in working in the cancer space, it's that those who are in the cancer community love to share recommendations for what works, what doesn't, and what will make the experience just a little bit easier. Overall, taking the time to prepare and get organized on those days when you have just a little bit more energy can really pay off on those days that you have less. So let's move on to talking about creating an actual plan for yourself. So as I've mentioned, after receiving a diagnosis and throughout treatment, people sometimes feel like a lot of things are suddenly out of their control. So by creating an action plan to the extent that it's possible, it can really help to empower yourself and maybe even regain a sense of control over your circumstances, or at least some of your circumstances. So here I've laid out the elements of a successful action plan. Now, first, it should address your unique needs and goals in terms of treatment, work, your personal life, family life, and so on. It's also key that there's some sense of priority that's given to the various items on your action plan, while also remembering that the treatment experience can be fluid. It's possible, and as I said, likely that things may change. And while the plan that you may outline today may seem airtight today, it may need to be modified over time as things evolve. So it's important to stay flexible, communicate appropriately at work, which is something that we will talk about in a little bit, workplace communications. And also, when we think about a successful action plan in the context of work, it also incorporates your employer's needs as well as your own. Now, I want to say this is not to say that your employer's needs should ever be put above yours or that there's really no room to negotiate how work gets done. But it's really important to make sure that these get woven into your thinking as well, so that this way your employer feels like you've considered all the angles for them as well. Another critical component of an action plan is identifying the places where others might be able to pitch in. Now, for some, asking for help can be a real challenge, but when and where you feel comfortable doing so, asking for help can alleviate some of the stress and worries that may be weighing you down. So in a work context, this may mean sitting down with your manager or supervisor so you can kind of think through together how coworkers might be able to help. And finally, as we've already discussed, there's a benefit to having things written down, and the same is true here. A practice we often encourage is a work diary, and this can be a useful tool in helping you to evolve your action plan based on your needs, observations, etc. Now, as I've mentioned a number of times already, and will continue to do so throughout the day, a cancer diagnosis can feel like a loss of control. So by setting a specific path or direction over your circumstances, there can be a real renewed sense of control and confidence. The ability to make your own decisions for what's right for you is empowering, particularly at a time when you're being told where to go and when and for what, be it a scan, an appointment, or treatment. Having a plan in advance also allows you to consider the many aspects of your circumstance. What will be impacted by these decisions? Not everything goes according to plan, as we all know. So putting extra time and thought into planning can also mean that you're prepared with alternative plans and the ability to really pivot, since, as we know, treatments, protocols, and timelines are subject to change. Now, part of action planning involves developing a plan specifically around disclosure and then the considerations that come along with that decision. And we're going to take a deeper dive into what exactly goes into creating a plan for disclosure shortly. But for now, I want to emphasize again, disclosure is a personal decision. And that's a really important thing to remember. It's unique to the individual and can depend on a number of factors: your personality type, your preferences around sharing personal information with the people in your life. If you're someone who's more private, choosing to keep personal information to yourself, your work persona, the makeup of your support network, since many people have those in their lives who serve different purposes, some more serious and some more lighthearted and fun. Another major part of decisions around disclosure are the different areas of your life where you may decide to or not to share your information. And decisions in each of these areas may be totally different, so it's a good idea to really consider the benefits and the consequences of each.
Now, different areas of your life may require being examined differently with unique disclosure decisions to be made. One of those areas is how you use the online space. Now, at Cancer and Careers, we hear from survivors very often about the role that the internet is playing in helping them through their cancer experience. So I want to speak a little bit about the online space so that there's some groundwork for understanding and making these decisions. For many, it creates a sense of community and a way to feel better in the moment. But it also creates a written record of information that can be difficult to get rid of. So at the same time, research indicates that more and more hiring managers, as well as existing employers, are Googling prospective candidates and current employees respectively. This is not necessarily to find something negative, but rather to get additional information about the people that they work with, or to confirm something that they already like about a particular candidate. Still, it's possible that they'll come across information that the person would prefer that the employer didn't know. And I want to be clear that I'm not saying never post anything online, since it can be a really good thing to have an online presence, but rather that it's important for people to have a better understanding of the virtual landscape so that they can make informed decisions about how their story is being presented online. And if you're interested in a deeper exploration of the topic, we have an archive webinar on our website called Disclosure, Privacy, and Online Brand, which I encourage you to watch. So in order to understand online privacy, having a visual representation of the money associated with social media can be really eye-opening. The statistic on this slide shows the revenue of Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, from 2009 to 2023 by segment. The social network's advertising revenue in 2023 amounted to 134 billion US dollars, which is a 59% increase from 84.2 billion in 2020. Now, there are some alternative options for social media that tend to provide a little more privacy and serve a primary purpose of acting as a safer platform for sharing information about your diagnosis and your treatment. My Lifeline and CaringBridge are both great sites. Both of those you can opt into much higher levels of privacy, and you can have a greater control over who you want to be a part of your community. Still, it's important to think before you share posts from those sites on other social media. In general, it's a great idea to review the privacy policies of any website that you're sharing your personal information on. So with all of the seemingly scary aspects of social media, there are ways to use it to your advantage, and they should be done. As you can see here, over 2/3 of employers are looking for information on candidates, and social media is typically where they'll turn. And it's important to note that they're not necessarily looking for negative information, but rather information that further strengthens a candidate's potential. Now, the three main sites that are being looked at are LinkedIn, X, which is formerly known as Twitter, and Facebook. So let's start with LinkedIn. For many people, it's considered a secondary resume, reflecting not only your current work experience and accomplishments, but also highlighting your interests by what companies you're following, what types of content you're reposting, your overall activity. So be sure to keep it strictly work-focused by commenting on interesting industry-related articles or sharing blogs you've written, or even updating your network on what new certifications you've received or are working on. Now, Twitter, I will never call it X. It will always be Twitter in my mind, but it is officially called X now, is a great way for you to curate what employers can see of your professional self. Now, with that said, keep in mind that there are ways to set a profile to public or private, and both of which have pros and cons. So be sure to weigh those options when you're making that decision. And being mindful of what you're liking, reposting, or posting yourself is important when considering the image that you want to present to a potential employer. Now, finally, Facebook, as we discussed, has lots of nuances. While it might not be the place where an employer initially would go to find out who you are as a professional, they may take a look to better understand who you are on a personal level. It's important to be aware of what your name is attached to in order to fully understand what might come up if someone were to Google your name, or to check in on your social media accounts directly. So regular checks on your social media tags, mentions, as well as what you yourself have posted or commented on can be helpful when cleaning up your online presence. So the overarching message here is be informed and stay current on what you're presenting to the outside world via your online activity. Online communications are important from the work perspective as well, as that can be a source for prospective job opportunities. In fact, these days, many recruiters will reach out to potential candidates that they find on LinkedIn. Communicating through online platforms might actually bring opportunities to you. It's also a case that employers believe that their current employees should maintain an appropriate social media profile. And that was across a variety of industries from retail to healthcare and beyond. So engaging in communications on social media is a great way to stay relevant in the world of workers. More and more social media and other means of communicating online are becoming part of the way that jobs are done. So if you're looking for a new job, staying relevant, of course, is key, but also continuing to invest in understanding the online landscape, even if you've been at your job for ages, can be as important for both you and your organization as you evolve. So as we mentioned earlier, as part of action planning, developing a personal disclosure plan is really helpful. This includes making clear decisions about what, if any, information about your cancer journey you're going to share online and off, and where you're going to share it in terms of specific websites or blogs. And as you're thinking through what's going to work best for you, it's a good idea to spend some time considering the potential long-term impact of online disclosure. Now, it may be the case that you have disclosed at work and everybody is being really supportive, and that is just an outstanding situation to be in. And we hope that everyone has that situation. But the fact is the internet doesn't go away. So it's important to think beyond right now and consider the potential long-term impact, because none of us can predict the future. So you may find yourself unexpectedly looking for a job 5 years from now, or your supportive supervisor may move on and be replaced by somebody who starts Googling their new staff. There's no way to know what this person is going to see and how they'll respond to the information that they find. So once you've made these decisions, you want to communicate them with people in your network, whether they're friends and family or people you've connected with online. And even if you've shared your preferences with your loved ones, it's still a good idea to monitor what others are posting so you have a sense of what's out there. Regular checks on social media is one way to feel informed about your presence and what information others may have access to.
So let's now transition from the online space to really thinking about the workplace itself. I want to start by showing you some data points, which are drawn from a survey that we did in 2023 with Harris Interactive. So we do this poll approximately every year or every other year because we think it's really important to hear directly from the people who have this lived experience. And what we hear, survey after survey, is that there is a diversity of reasons that people want to work or continue to work after they're diagnosed, which really underscores the conversation that started us off today about misconceptions that are often associated with cancer and work. So on this slide, you can see that the top reasons that came up in last year's survey, you can see the results. And of those top reasons, the paycheck is at the top of the list, and health insurance also made it in there, both of which make sense. But what the survey always supports is that those are not the only reasons that people want to work after receiving a diagnosis. Aspects of work that are deeply tied to personal identity, such as work, providing a sense of purpose or normalcy, or to continue feeling productive, also make that list. Sometimes our employers, our healthcare providers, even our family members think that the drive to work is rooted solely in those very critical and very practical needs. But it's so much more than that. When we don't account for the wider range of reasons that people need to and want to work, we miss out on things and don't really plan accordingly. I also want to call your attention to the bottom portion of this slide, where we can see that out of the people who were surveyed last year, a very high number indicated that working during treatment helped them to cope, or that work aids or aided in their treatment and recovery. So those are very strong statements about the value and the role that work plays, showing that work is not always just an obligation, but rather an escape of sorts as well. So if that resonates with you and you know that you're someone for whom work is going to have a benefit during treatment, what can you do to make sure that you're setting yourself up to create your personal best path forward? Now, one thing we highly encourage is planning and preparation, as I'm sure you've noticed by now. Just as none of us can see perfectly into the future when it comes to our jobs, how cancer treatment and recovery are going to play out aren't always knowable upfront either. But there are steps that you can take to make sure that you're as prepared as possible for whatever may come your way. There's a number of strategies we recommend for approaching the many aspects of work that can bring about stress or anxiety, including concerns around scheduling, keeping up with workloads, communication with your employer and coworkers, and what you might need in the workplace in order to get your job done. Now, we're going to go over potential solutions that we've identified in the next few slides, but really, I just want to remind everyone to keep in mind that every individual human's situation is different and nuanced in its own way. So while today I will be providing examples, thinking about them through the lens of your own unique circumstance can really help you to identify which of these approaches may work for you, as well as how exactly you specifically could use them. So the first approach we're going to discuss has to do with what I mentioned earlier at the work diary, and this can be useful in a variety of ways. First, it can help you to map out an overview of how you and your medical team think treatment is likely to play out in both the shorter and longer term. So you want to be writing down important treatment related dates, such as those for surgery, chemo, as well as information that's available to you about potential recovery times, side effects, and so on. These all come from those conversations during your gathering information stage. You can then compare that information alongside your work calendar and then see where there might be issues or conflicts in terms of scheduling. Doing this in advance can really help you feel prepared when you're at appointments and scheduling additional visits. Of course, there may be certain appointments and treatments that are date specific and so need to take priority over your work deadlines. But it can be worth talking with your healthcare team to figure out if and where there might be some flexibility. As Scott was mentioning before, being proactive in your treatment plan and your care can really make you a more active participant in your care. Now, once you've started to lay out the broad overview of treatment as a whole, you can really start to map out what each individual work week might specifically look like. And then you want to keep notes on your experiences of how the weeks are actually playing out as you're going along. Now, this includes tracking the side effects you're experiencing, how you feel at certain times of the day, if and or how you were able to identify any ways to mitigate symptoms, because doing so can really help reveal some important patterns which you can then work with strategically. So for example, this could mean planning to eat at specific intervals throughout the workday in order to combat nausea, or creating a schedule of breaks that aligns with when you've noticed you're experiencing the strongest bouts of fatigue. This way you're able to maximize the times of day when you're more alert and better able to focus. Now, once you have a reliable log, it can also be used to begin brainstorming job modifications that could address some of your needs and challenges. And in cases where you might want to formally request reasonable accommodations, you can then use those notes to plan out and drive the conversations with your employer. And again, this is something that we're going to be discussing more in depth in just a little bit. Now, as things evolve, many people also find their work diary to be a useful tool in terms of helping them to identify optimal times for treatments. So reviewing your past notes about prior treatments in order to identify any patterns that you might notice, and then using that information to schedule your appointments at times that would be conducive to both your work schedule and your energy levels. So for example, if you feel exhausted 3 or 4 hours after treatment, consider scheduling 2 p.m. appointments so the workday will be done when that fatigue really hits hard. Or schedule sessions for Friday afternoons if your body needs a few days to recover from treatment. Of course, as I said earlier, it's always a good idea to be talking with your healthcare team about when it's reasonable to be flexible with scheduling treatments and when it might not be. But the point is that it can be worthwhile to take an active role and be intentional when making these appointments, rather than just saying yes to whatever appointment the clinic offers you first. You have a voice in this and you should definitely use it when you can. Additionally, keeping a detailed written record of your day-to-day activities at work can prove beneficial on a number of levels. So this could include writing down descriptions of your projects, so the specific individual associated tasks, indicating what's already been done, as well as maintaining a to-do list with next steps. Keeping notes in this way can help you stay organized and effectively manage your time as you move through your day. And it also creates a log of the tasks that you've accomplished the day or week or month before. And that can be very, very helpful if and or when chemo brain or fatigue starts to impact your memory or your ability to focus. Additionally, tracking hours and assignments could prove valuable if a worst case scenario were to arise and you start to suspect that there may be some discrimination taking place at work. Now, I want to say we don't bring this up because we think that's likely to happen. And obviously, we very much hope that none of you ever experience that. But unfortunately, we know that some people do run into problems in their workplaces. And so in those instances, having a notebook where you've been keeping a detailed account of your time and accomplishments can really prove very valuable in these circumstances. And finally, as this last bullet point suggests, your working cancer diary can be a great place for you to draft and revise your disclosure plan.
which brings us back to our conversation about disclosure, and also back to some more of what we learned from our 2023 Harris survey. Another question we explored is if people did disclose at work, who were they telling? Which is a question that most people have when they're making these decisions. And we wanted to get a better sense of who in the workplaces was hearing disclosed information. So as you can see, an overwhelming number of people in our survey, in fact, did disclose. And it's worth mentioning, of course, that the survey does have some limits. But when you start digging in, who they were disclosing to is really important. You can see the largest number of people who shared disclosed to supervisors or managers. Coworkers and colleagues was the next largest, and that makes sense. A lot of people tell us, I have a very close coworker and I shared with them, but nobody else, because I needed someone to know what was going on. So then you'll see much smaller numbers of told human resources. And significantly, that last bar at the bottom illustrates that some people told no one. And that is really important to recognize. There are people who do not disclose at work, and that is a valid choice for a variety of reasons. So in the majority of circumstances, it's key to remember that it is one of the options on the table when you're creating your disclosure plan. So when we introduce the idea of not disclosing in the workplace, it's very understandable that people are often confused about whether or not there's a responsibility to disclose their diagnosis and or their treatment plan at work. So if you're wondering whether or not you have to share the news of your diagnosis, you should know that although there can be some exceptions, in most instances, there is not a requirement nor an obligation to share details about your health or your health history with an employer, nor can they ask in most instances. However, people may decide to disclose for a variety of reasons. There can be both benefits and unwanted consequences associated with disclosure in the workplace, which makes it very important to understand how and why you're making the decisions that you're making. So you want to ask yourself, are there any legal benefits to disclosing? For example, you may have to share some information if you want to access a protection that you're eligible under the law, such as a reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act or time off under the Family and Medical Leave Act. There may also be an interpersonal benefit to disclosing. So for example, some people are just sharers, so it may feel unnatural for them not to say anything. Now, others, of course, may feel the complete opposite and have zero interest in sharing, or they feel that their medical and health information is private. So the point here is evaluating how you feel about sharing this information at work is a key part in decision making. So there may also be some practical benefits to disclosing. For example, someone who's been working hard to improve their performance after getting a bad review, they may want to share what's going on with their supervisor if they're concerned that they may not be able to keep up the pace due to their treatment-related fatigue or other side effects. In this instance, disclosing can also mean that the supervisor has context in the event that the improvement they've been seeing starts to move in the opposite direction. Now, with all of this in mind, think back to that earlier slide and remember that disclosure is a spectrum. In none of these examples would you necessarily have to share every last detail about your diagnosis or your prognosis. So for example, if you are seeking a legal protection, such as a reasonable accommodation under the ADA, as I mentioned, you may have to provide some support for why you're eligible to ask for it. But that doesn't mean laying out every last minute detail on the table. If there's a need for more information, you can be prepared to do so, but you don't have to offer it up right away. Because as Nicole mentioned earlier, trying to unshare information when it's already out there just really isn't possible. But you can always share more later. There's also some other points to consider when thinking through whom to tell. For example, the culture of your workplace might factor into your decision-making. Are your coworkers like a second family who are always sharing stories about your grandkids, your pets? If so, you may feel comfortable disclosing in a way that's very open and upfront. Conversely, if you're in a very buttoned up environment that's strictly focused on the work being done, You may decide not to share anything or only share information when it becomes truly relevant. You may also want to think about whether anyone in your workplace has gone through something similar. So even if you may not know of someone who specifically went through cancer treatment, but maybe there's somebody who went out on maternity leave, or someone a few cubicles over who's caring for an aging parent. Now, what kinds of flexibilities did the workplace provide for them, if any? And how was the news received when it was shared by both the managers and the other members of your team? Thinking through how things went can help you strategize your approach. Now, we also get a lot of who should I tell? And this is going to vary depending on you and your specific circumstances. But it's also possible that you may find yourself having to have more than one disclosure conversation. So if that's the case, we recommend starting with the person it's going to be easiest to talk to. For many people, that's a direct supervisor, because it's someone with whom they've had an ongoing conversation and who can be an advocate for them with higher ups. But it's also important to bear in mind that most managers aren't trained to be managers. So this may be the first time that they're having this type of conversation, and they could feel in uncharted territory as well. This often puts the burden on the employee with cancer to help teach the manager what to do next. Now, to help with this, Cancer and Careers has a manager's toolkit that we created because survivors asked us for something concrete that they could take in with them into these conversations that allowed them to outline what would be helpful and make them feel supported. Now, for some people, their supervisor is going to be out of the question, so they may want to go to HR instead. Your HR department can be a font of information because they're the ones who understand the employer's policies, and they may even have experience with others who have been in similar circumstances. However, we know both anecdotally and through our research that there can be a hesitancy towards HR because they straddle a complex line between both protecting the company and administering benefits and enforcing policies to help employees. But perhaps the most important thing to mention in any of these conversations is the idea that treatment is going to be fluid. You want to aim to help others understand that the details you're sharing today are what you know today, but they may not apply next week, next month, or 6 months from now. And it's likely to be an ongoing conversation. You don't want to give your employer the impression that anything is set in stone, because it can be uncomfortable to have to walk back the promise that you made early on before you knew how things would actually play out. But it's a good idea to demonstrate how you are thinking about solutions, not only for what your needs are likely to be, but also what their needs are likely to be. By demonstrating today that you want to take a partnership style approach by problem solving with them, it can help create confidence that you'll take a similar approach if or when things change down the line. Now, it's also important to consider that what you know about the possible side effects you are likely to experience, particularly if you're choosing not to disclose anything or only disclosing a little bit. And this is because the changes that bodies go through during treatment, whether they're invisible side effects like hair loss or skin changes, or invisible side effects such as cognitive changes or a decrease in overall energy levels, these can often disclose something even if your words don't. So for those of you trending more towards being private, it can be a good idea to have a sense of the types of changes that you're likely to experience and whether those may be perceived by your coworkers in a way that invites questions. And from there, it's about knowing how to have prepared responses to any question that might come up so that you don't accidentally share any information that you prefer to keep private. And if you're wondering what I mean by prepared responses, just stick with us. I promise you'll leave the session with a better understanding of how to do that. So this slide has some points to consider for those of you who are working remotely who wish to avoid accidental disclosure. It's easy to develop a false sense of security when working from home, but in some ways, you may even need to be more hyper-aware. If you work from home and have video meetings, your coworkers, clients, whoever you're meeting with will be able to view your personal space. So making sure that there's nothing visible in the background that you're not comfortable sharing, or choose to use a virtual or a blurred background. You can see Nicole and I are using virtual backgrounds today. We often use these in our own internal meetings all the time. Also, if you share your screen during meetings, be aware of any desktop files or pop-up notifications that might be visible. And it can be a good idea to pause those notifications or even close out of programs entirely if you have concerns about sensitive information that might be visible. It's also very easy for your company's network administrator to monitor your internet activity, even if you're browsing in an incognito mode. Now, incognito mode makes it so that your web browser doesn't track your data, but it doesn't affect what your employer is able to do. So if you check your personal email or you log into any personal accounts on your work device, we recommend that you sign out at the end of every day and set up two-factor authentication to ensure that you're notified if anybody other than you tries to sign into it. And with any disclosure decision, the point of all of this is to think ahead and make informed choices so that nothing gets accidentally disclosed. And again, we're not trying to make you paranoid with any of this. We just want to arm you with the relevant information so that you can consider all of the angles. So like I mentioned on the last slide, every organization handles its cybersecurity and tracking of employee activity differently. And even if you think you have a good idea of how your company culture is, you may not know the full extent of your organization's oversight. Now, on the extreme end of the spectrum, some companies routinely use programs that can record every keystroke, take screenshots of your computer's desktop, open access to your camera and microphone, and provide detailed reporting on your activity or your inactivity on different websites and programs, and not to mention on your computer in general. Now, a company's goal for using these programs may not be malicious. It may be focused on helping to measure and support productivity. But it's still important to be aware that working in the digital space provides many opportunities for a breach of your privacy. Now, many companies also use a chat application for their employees to use, such as Slack or Microsoft Teams. Those are probably the most common ones. Now, it's important to note that because your employer owns the program or the subscription to it, there's always a chance that even your private messages to a coworker that you trust could be reviewed by a supervisor or HR. And the same guidance mentioned in screen sharing earlier applies here. A coworker who you trust and have discussed your diagnosis with, they could just as easily accidentally leave their chat window open while sharing a screen during a meeting. So the point here again is to think ahead before you engage in certain work-related activities or personal activities online and make informed choices. That way, any disclosure related to your diagnosis will be the result of your decision, and you can instead focus on the important aspects of your work. So here we have some additional considerations to avoid accidental disclosure. You want to think carefully before talking about your diagnosis or your medical information in shared spaces. So if you're working on site and there's a break room or a shared kitchen space, you want to look around at who is in the room before having a conversation with your closest work friend and make sure that nobody can overhear you. Similarly, you want to evaluate spaces where you may be making private phone calls. So do you work in a cubicle where sound might carry? Is there a popular hiding spot where everybody goes to make personal phone calls? If there is, you want to position yourself in a way where you can see if anyone's coming. Or you want to check to see if voices can be heard outside of a door, even if it's closed. And if you and a colleague you trust are the first people to arrive to a virtual meeting, you want to check that the auto record feature is turned off to make sure that you're not being taped. And even if you're not, perhaps avoid using that space to talk in case somebody else arrives and accidentally overhears you or catches you in a visibly emotional moment. Also be mindful that if you start leaving work early or arriving to work late frequently, or if you're going to be taking any extended periods of time off, that might invite questions from coworkers about what's going on. So it can be a good idea to take some time in advance to think through and perhaps even write down some of your responses to the potential questions that might arise. Knowing how to communicate effectively can go a really long way.
So while we're on the topic of disclosure, it is important to discuss the decisions regarding sharing information when going through a job search process, which can tend to bring a lot of anxiety around the disclosure piece when looking for work. Particularly a question that we're asked almost daily is if a cancer experience should be disclosed in a resume or cover letter, either as a positive or as an explanation of some sort. So my first response is always do whatever you're comfortable with, but consider it like this. The goal of a cover letter and resume are to get you an interview based on your skills and your potential. So in that sense, your diagnosis and treatment aren't really part of that conversation. Another important thing to consider is the fact that if you disclose your diagnosis on paper, like a cover letter or resume, this disclosure is static in that it won't be a dynamic exchange. And by that, I mean you won't physically be there when the employer initially absorbs that information. This could mean that they're just reading the words rather than understanding you as a vibrant, capable candidate. However, even if you are 100% sure that you want to disclose during the hiring process, and there are many people who feel strongly about that, the cover letter and resume are really not the best way to do that. And that brings us to interviews, which can be complex. It's entirely possible to be asked about a gap in work, which can bring about feelings of anxiety and like you need to provide detailed explanations. So you want to think strategically if there are ways that you can talk about things that you've learned through your cancer experience that are framed outside of that direct experience. So each of these decisions is going to be super personal, as most of them are today, as there are people who could not imagine not sharing this part of themselves. And we're not trying to say, don't do that. Rather, we're trying to say, be strategic about it. And when you do decide to do it in a way that will be most beneficial for you. Because as with everyone who's job searching, you want to paint yourself and your potential in the best, most positive light. There's no one who's walking into a job search or walking into an interview ready to share every single thing about themselves in every single way of the good, the bad, the ugly. Everyone is framing, packaging, and marketing themselves in a particular way. So if you do feel that you could not possibly take a job if they didn't know about your cancer, we'd still recommend that you think about it when in the interview process and you do it, because that is just that, a process. And that first phone interview or that first Zoom interview isn't about that. You aren't near an offer yet. There isn't really an offer on the table yet. The questions floating around for you are, is this a place I would want to work? And for the employer, the question might be, is this a candidate that would do the work the way that we need it to be done? So with that in mind, you want to think about those things carefully. So we typically recommend waiting until later in that hiring process to begin sharing more information. The reason for this is that this way, everyone involved in hiring has had a chance to spend some time with you and really get a sense of who you are as a person and as an employee that's separate from your cancer identity. But if there's one major takeaway here, it's that no one tells everything about everything during a job interview or even once they're hired. So really consider where you are in the process and evaluate how appropriate it would be to share such personal information. And as I just touched on, one of the things that comes up around this question of disclosing in an interview is, what if I have a gap on my resume? And the gap was related to the fact that I was managing a cancer experience. And this is a place where some people do, in fact, opt to disclose, but it's also a place where with a little planning, preparation, and practice, you can come up with an answer that acknowledges this question that's being asked and then swivels the conversation to something more pertinent to your capacity to do the job. And this is why it's called the swivel. The swivel technique is one that we're going to talk about a couple times today and is super important. It's a verbal formula or pattern that's used in response to a comment or question that you'd prefer not to answer. So it involves acknowledging the comment or question, putting an "and" right in the middle, and then really swiveling the conversation around to a topic that's more work-oriented. Now, at the end of the day, you want to be revealing the most valuable things about yourself to try to get a role. And so the most valuable things about yourself aren't necessarily what you were doing in that gap. They're about what skills you're going to bring to the job. And so the strategy then becomes, how do we get that conversation back there? So we have a couple of examples here, and they're really just meant to show you how we think about the swivel and how it could help, but certainly encourage you to practice with language that sounds and feels more like you and what's obviously more appropriate for your specific situation. But as you can see on this slide, one of them is related to someone who's trying to shift careers or work types. So it can be a little bit more focused on finding a better fit and stepping away to do that, which is not uncommon. And the other is just acknowledging a family issue or challenge, and then focusing again on how you can lean into the role and what you can bring to the company, which is ultimately the most important thing. And as you can see in that second example, there's a vagueness to it, and you don't have to be afraid of being a little vague when it comes to personal information like this. Now, here's another slide that offers you a couple more examples of questions. And again, I'm not suggesting that these are the exact questions that you will be asked, just offering you some prime examples of questions that could potentially feel challenging to answer in the moment if you've never really considered how you would answer them before walking in the door that day. And certainly the second example is centered on those who have in fact already disclosed more publicly and online, but maybe don't want their job search to be entirely focused around their cancer experience, which is totally fair. And as we mentioned before, just because you shared in one area of your life does not mean that that's the approach that you have to take in other areas. So when I keep saying that some of these things are about if you want to shift how you've been doing it or think a little differently, then you'll need to figure out how you would address these things that are already known. And this is just a perfect example of that. Of course, there are aspects in the job search in which there may be slightly less control over making disclosure decisions, as it's common for those with a diagnosis to get caught up in the disclosure piece when it comes to voluntary questions on applications. I've heard from a lot of people who have concerns about that. Many organizations are asking these questions simply to get a better sense of candidates as they work to expand the diversity of their staff. These questions are supposed to be optional, and for the most part, they are. So this means that it's entirely up to you how and if you want to answer these demographic questions. But if you do decide that you don't want to share this information, which again is well within your rights to choose to do so, it's often a good idea to select prefer not to answer for all of the demographic questions. Otherwise, it could seem a little bit like a red flag that the disability question was the only one you chose not to answer. So again, they're optional, so it's your option to answer them. But if you do decide to skip that one, we definitely recommend doing that for all of them. Now, as we build on our discussion of disclosure, I do want to spend some time exploring what it means to communicate effectively, as Scott mentioned, is very, very important. Now, how each one of us goes about communicating can certainly vary. It's based on individual factors, such as personality types, cultural background, the way we were raised, and so on. And how a person expresses information and ideas is referred to as their communication style. Now, it's important to note that there is no one correct communication style, and it can help to really think about what your specific individual style is. Now, we talked earlier about how some people are sharers and some people are very much not, and how workplace cultures can vary and influence communication types. So if you reflected on how those things exist for you earlier when we were discussing that, then you've already started thinking about your communication style. It also helps to truly know what your strengths are in getting across information and ideas and to own them, as well as to be aware of the places where there's room for improvement, because we all can always improve. And then beyond that, understanding the individual communication styles of the people around you can also help you to know how to best get your message across or how to receive a message that's being shared with you. So you can think of it like a game of catch. The person throwing the ball needs to know how to track it in the air. And if needed, while the person catching the ball needs to know how to catch it in the air, and if needed, the position in order to catch it. It's about being intentional, but also flexible if your position does need to change. And obviously, I messed up a sports metaphor because that's not going to be surprising to anyone that knows me. So as you might imagine, a number of career coaches and other business professionals have done some really good thinking about and research into communication styles. And among them is a man named Mark Murphy, who's an author and a leadership coach. He's developed a model that outlines 4 primary communication styles. And In talking about those four styles, Murphy says there's two major philosophical differences that separate them. So the first is that people tend to communicate either more with emotion and feelings or more with data, numbers, and facts. So for example, if you have two people working at an animal rescue, a more emotional communicator might say, I feel like we're really doing well with our winter adoption push. Whereas a more data-driven communicator might say 92% of dogs that we're currently fostering have received adoption applications. Now, of course, both are saying something similar, but how exactly they're saying it is different based on their communication styles. And then the second difference he notes has to do with the arc that people take to convey information. Now, do they go in a straight line, A to B to C, and so on? Or do they share information in a more roundabout way, or even skip over details entirely? So we're going to walk through what Murphy's four styles are, but before we do, just a reminder, there are many ways of thinking about communication styles. We just felt that this was a really strong example, which is why we're sharing this one with you today. And also, as we've said about many things, remember there's no one of these four styles that is better than the others. So I encourage you to think about which one of these resonates both with who you are as well as who your coworkers are and how you tend to communicate. So the first communication style that Murphy identifies is the analytical communicator. Now, this is a person who uses facts and data to communicate versus communicating emotionally. They often use specific language and they tend to express themselves logically or in that straight A to B to C line that I was just describing. Those are their strengths in terms of how they express themselves. Now, on the other hand, some things for analytical communicators to be aware of include coming across as cold or unfeeling. And it's also not uncommon for people in this group to find themselves getting frustrated with someone who may be less specific or number driven, which may mean they get a little brusque with their replies or even stop paying attention altogether. And that can really affect and impact how effective communication ultimately is. So if you do recognize yourself in this description, this is just something maybe to monitor and work on. Another point to keep in mind if you're an analytical communicator is that it may be challenging for you to talk about the unknowns that come with a cancer diagnosis and treatment. Because as we've been discussing, the cancer experience is fluid and doesn't always move in that straight A to B to C straight line. So keep in mind that your strong ability to be logical and apply numbers might not be of total service here. And just being cognizant of these things can be really helpful. Next up, we have the intuitive communicator. This is someone whose strengths include both being able to describe the big picture succinctly and cut right to the bottom line without giving a ton of detail, which can be very effective in certain work environments. Now, that said, if this describes you, you do want to keep in mind that you could come across as impatient to others who do require details, either to get a point across or to fully absorb information that's being shared. And then as we think about how this might impact work communications during cancer, it's important to know that there may be times where it is necessary to share a lot of details. So for example, if you're going to be out for a few weeks for surgery and recovery, and a colleague is going to cover a project while you're out, handing it off to them may require that you really unpack the individual steps and components to make sure that they have a full comprehensive understanding of how to successfully do what you need them to do. And often this means describing things that are completely second nature to you. So you might have to revisit the steps in order to complete a certain task or project. Now, those people on the last slide that I mentioned who really appreciate detailed communications are what Murphy calls functional communicators. Now, it's not necessarily the facts and data and numbers that our analytical communicators like to use. Rather, functional communicators like the kinds of details that are required for planning in advance. So they tend to communicate information in a very step-by-step way and are often sought out for their exceptional strategizing and organizational skills. However, if you do fall into this category, you do want to make sure that you are sharing just the right amount of detail, not too much, because if you do so, you can risk losing the other person's attention. Functional communicators should also be mindful of oversharing during disclosure conversations. So a really helpful tip is to plan for those discussions by writing everything down that you might say, and then going back through to edit out details that aren't totally necessary right at this moment. Remembering that you can always say more later. So If you feel you left something out, it's always something that you can add in later. And the fourth of Murphy's communication styles is the personal communicator. Now, this is the group that most frequently uses emotions to communicate. This means that they are strong empathizers, they listen well, and they're diplomatic, all of which are very challenging skills to teach. So wonderful, wonderful traits to come by naturally. Plus, being emotional in a work context can actually be a positive. So for example, feeling passionate about your work and letting that shine through can actually strengthen your communications with others. Now, on the other side of the coin, personal communicators will want to be mindful about letting emotions overtake a conversation, particularly those heavier emotions. So it can be a good idea to write out notes or a sort of script for yourself to keep you grounded during disclosure conversations if you do feel that your feelings are starting to build. Also, if you know that you're going to be having a difficult conversation with a less emotional communicator, such as an analytical communicator, you might want to prepare by thinking through how that more muted behavior might impact you and consider how to navigate how that might make you feel in the moment. Because as we described earlier, sometimes it can come off as unfeeling because they don't really totally know what to say because of those unknowns.
Now, these are tips that can benefit everyone, regardless of whether you decided to disclose a lot, a little, or nothing at all. In fact, they may even have more value for those of you who are disclosing less. And a key concept here is that effective communication is a two-way street that involves both sharing and being an engaged, active listener for others. So asking clarifying questions is also key to making sure everyone is on the same page as the discussions is happening, rather than wishing later that you'd ironed out details in real time. Expressing gratitude when it's appropriate is also a best practice. People don't always assume we're appreciative unless we tell them directly, and a simple thank you can go a really long way in communicating effectively. Another best practice can be summarizing what was discussed at the end of a call or a conversation. So maybe this means briefly reviewing next steps before ending a Zoom call or sending an email after the fact to recap what was discussed. And this is because effective communication isn't necessarily limited to being a one-time only event. In fact, it's something that should be happening regularly. Having ongoing check-ins, whether they're 5-minute overviews or longer deep dives, are often necessary to make sure everybody involved in projects stay on the same page as work and life evolves. Additionally, effective communication incorporates emotional regulation, which means having the goal of staying centered so that what you're feeling doesn't play too much of a role in how you're expressing yourself. Asking for help when you need it also shouldn't be something you shy away from, particularly at work. Now, every person on this planet, every single person, no matter their health status or their job title or any other personal characteristic, we all need help from time to time. And of course, effective communications should result in clear understanding of any next steps, whether they're treatment related with your healthcare team, or in terms of a project at work or plan for taking time off, or whatever they may be. And that can be a critical item to include. So an end of call recap or follow-up email will help everyone walk away with understanding what they're responsible for going forward. So what are some how-tos for making sure you're communicating as effectively as possible at work? First, it's always critical to be clear about what your priorities are, and this is something you should do in collaboration with your supervisors if you can, regardless of whether or not you disclose your diagnosis to them. Something I think that it's hard for people to recognize, particularly those who want to be viewed as valuable employees, regardless of their health status, is that everyone, and again, I mean everyone, has limits. And it's important to take the time to figure out what yours are, especially while juggling both work and cancer treatment and recovery. In our personal lives, it may be easy to tell somebody that we need space or we need to be left alone. However, that can be more challenging to do at work. But the fact is that figuring out how to say no and when it's okay to change the topic in a conversation or to be direct can help you become a better employee because you won't feel overburdened with extra work and you won't feel trapped by every single ask that you receive. Now, rather than keeping all of this in the abstract, let's run through a few specific examples of how-tos. So we often hear from people who understandably are nervous about how to start a disclosure conversation with their employer. So here are a couple examples of how you might start that conversation. Saying something like, I know this is a lot for you as well, but I think if we collaborate, we can come up with a plan that works for both of us. It's very important for me that everything continue running as smoothly as possible. So this will show to your employer that you're looking for a collaborative approach and are taking their needs into consideration as well as your own. But if any of this exact language on the slide works for you, please feel free to use it. That said, the exact language isn't going to work for everybody because not everyone communicates in that same way. Now, as mentioned, a major communication strategy is to set boundaries, both at work and in your personal life. And this is something that you'll hear much more in depth later with Allie's session on resetting boundaries. So we hope you'll stick around for that as well. But for now, here are just a few examples of how to professionally and effectively say no. Now, you'll notice they each involve expressing gratitude and then sharing an explanation that's rooted in being human. That could apply to almost anyone in the workplace instead of giving an explanation rooted very specifically in your cancer diagnosis. So let's start with an example where your supervisor may ask you if you have time for a new project. You could reply by saying, I appreciate that you thought of me for this project, but I'm a bit swamped this week, and I'm concerned about my ability to get this back to you in a timely manner. Or let's say your boss asks you to cover some additional shifts, but you know you're not going to have the energy to work more than you already are. You could say something like, thank you for offering me these additional shifts. Unfortunately, I'm short on time at the moment as I've got some family obligations to attend to, but I'd love to talk about the possibility again in a few months, once the situation at home has settled down. Now, social workers can be a very useful resource for you in helping you come up with language that works for you and your specific situation, as well as they can help you practice saying it. So while we're thinking about how to respond during specific conversations that might happen in the workplace, I want to revisit the conversation technique called the swivel that Nicole just talked about a few minutes ago. So as Nicole mentioned, it's used in response to a comment or question that you'd prefer not to answer. And just to reiterate, the swivel involves acknowledging the comment or question, putting an "and" in the middle of it, and swiveling the conversation around to a topic that's more work-oriented. Now, I'm going to ask Nicole here if you can help me out and play my well-intended coworker. Oh, you're on mute, Nicole.
I really hoped I wouldn't do that today. I am a well-intended coworker anyway, so here we go. So if your coworker comes up to you and says, you know, Scott, I'm so sorry to hear what you're going through. You know, my uncle had cancer.
So you could respond by saying something like, Nicole, I'm so sorry to hear that. That must have been really hard. And while I have you, what did you think about that meeting yesterday? Being able to shift the conversation back to a place where you feel comfortable can be really empowering. And it indicates to your colleagues that you are still the whole vibrant person with lots of contributions to make.
Just want to throw in that I saw in the chat that someone had mentioned they've used this in real life and it worked really well for them. So
amazing.
we're going to use that
in my life. There's so many things in this deck that I have taken away myself. So hopefully you all can take this as well. And of course, there's a whole spectrum of comments that you may encounter in the workplace. And the one that we have on this slide here fits in the category that we call well-intended but off-putting. So Nicole, I'm going to ask you now to play my boss for a minute.
Oh, sure. Okay. You've been looking so exhausted recently. I just didn't want to overwhelm you by adding more to your plate.
So you can swivel by saying, Nicole, I appreciate your concern, but work is actually a key part of my overall well-being. In fact, last night I had some ideas about the project that I'd love to talk to you about. Again, the key is finding language that's relevant to your circumstances and sounds like you. And I guarantee that the more you practice this, the better you will get at swiveling. Now, the comment that we've shared on this slide falls into the category that we call outright insensitive. And you can see the possible response that we've included here is pretty substantive. So for the sake of time, I'll leave you to read it on your own. But what this slide really drives home is the idea that it can be useful to sit down and think about how you personally might respond if someone were to make a comment like this, so that your reply uses language that sounds like you, and you don't find yourself getting caught off guard by any emotional reaction that you might have, and subsequently saying something that maybe you wish you hadn't.
Now, another area which we've seen a lot of dialogue in the cancer community, especially recently, is the use of battle language when discussing the experience of going through treatment for cancer. And I do want to be very explicit in saying that in no way am I implying that using fight metaphors is inherently bad. If it's a concept or a language that resonates with and works for you, then we are all for it. Because again, it's about your own story and the way you choose to tell it. But we know that it doesn't work for everyone. And in fact, we've met quite a few survivors over the years who find it upsetting, which is also very valid. And for them, it can be very jarring when someone else assigns that language to their personal cancer experience, particularly if it's a coworker that the survivor doesn't know all that well. One of the things that we believe in, as I mentioned very strongly at CAC, is that each person should be in charge of their own narrative and how their story is told. So to that end, how can one address it in the workplace if a coworker were to say something like Scott is about to introduce for us?
So, Nicole, I so admire how you're battling your cancer. I think that kind of fighting spirit is so critical to defeating it.
Now, again, one approach might be to swivel and say something along the lines of, thank you for appreciating how challenging it can be to balance everything I have going on. And while I have you, the budget recommendations you provided need to be tweaked slightly. So could we set up a meeting to further discuss? Now, this approach drives that conversation back into the realm of work-related topics without having to engage directly with that battle language that was used. And of course, while this approach is going to work for some, others might prefer to take a more direct approach and make it a more teachable moment. Saying something along the lines of, thank you for appreciating how challenging it can be to balance everything I have going on. I can understand why you think that that mindset and attitude are so important to navigating cancer, life, and work. But I do want to share that while for some people the battle language is very inspiring, for me, it's actually not. So I'd be grateful if we could talk about my experience using less loaded words. Again, this is an approach that's not going to work for everyone. It can feel very direct. So if you are not a super direct person, that might be a challenge for you. But if you do decide to take it, it's important to be open to the idea that it might then invite further conversation, which requires you to provide further guidance to your coworker. Or it may create a situation where you leave that person to absorb what you just said. Also, it's possible that you will get in another response entirely. But the point is that you'll want to be comfortable managing whichever reaction this may generate. Now, while we're on the topic of how to define your own experience in the workplace, I do want to spend some time talking about side effects and how to manage them. So the side effect that we hear about most frequently, and we've touched on a little bit, is chemo brain. This can include trouble focusing, struggles with processing information, and difficulty remembering the steps of tasks that were perhaps one second nature to you. And all of these can interfere with your ability to do work. Luckily, there are some practical solutions that can ease some of these challenges. So first off, forget multitasking. Most people aren't good at it. I'm speaking for myself. I am not good at it. So you really want to focus on one task at a time. Don't try to do everything all at once. Then you want to write down a list of priorities. And I truly mean capture what you need to do so that you can actually get through that list by doing those things one at a time. It may not be good enough to say that you need to finish a report. What does that actually mean? So let's say it's pages 10 to 12 that still need to be proofread, and John from accounting still needs to look at the chart on page 17. and then you need to X, Y, and Z. If you break it down like that and put all of those items on this to-do list so that you can tick them off for real, you can then move on to the next one. Then turn off your email or phone notifications and really focus on one thing at a time. It can be helpful to also set a meeting with yourself on your calendar if you have a shared calendar at work. So this way your boss and coworkers can see that you're busy and you won't feel obligated to respond immediately to any emails or instant messages. Also write everything down, as we've mentioned multiple times today, so that if you forget, you'll always have a record. Keeping a notebook with all of your to-do things in one place, calling back to the workplace diary or the work diary that we talked about earlier, and taking that everywhere can be really helpful. So you always have a second memory, if you will. You also want to rehearse everything from presentations to project updates and even phone calls. Banning clutter and clearing your desk or work area is really helpful. As I mentioned earlier, when you're getting organized, even just banning clutter and getting yourself organized can put you in a good mental space to focus. There's also research that supports stepping away from what you're doing and actually taking a break by perhaps walking around the office or around the block can really help you to refocus. So I know that we're gonna also ask about if there are some strategies that you have experienced or used that have helped with some of your chemo brain challenges that you might have experienced in the past.
I mean, I know I'm a big list maker, check things off. That's something that keeps me going every day, and
Absolutely.
trying to balance. We're a very small team here. We're all doing a lot of things at any moment, so to keep track of different projects and all of that can be incredible. And to look back at what you've done and give satisfaction to at the end of the day to see a list that's been checked off.
Yeah. I sometimes put tasks that I've already done on my to-do list just so I feel more accomplished. So
I think I learned that from you, actually.
there's a key tip. I won't charge any of you guys for that one, but that one really works well.
Yeah. Turn on computer, check, got that.
So as we do think about the challenges that may come about in the workplace due to a diagnosis and treatment side effects, it is important to discuss and understand the laws and protections that are available to people with a cancer diagnosis. Now, as Scott mentioned earlier, we won't be spending a ton of time talking about laws today because none of us are attorneys. I did my time in social work school, so law school was off the table for me. But I do want to take some time to revisit the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the ADA, in order to discuss reasonable accommodations, which we mentioned earlier. So reasonable accommodations are modifications to your job, your schedule, or the environment that you work in that makes it possible for you to perform your essential duties. Reasonable accommodations can really be a critical tool for figuring out how to work for all or part of cancer treatment and even into survivorship. Now, it's often easier to conceptualize reasonable accommodations by going over some examples to show how they work. So this way you're able to identify if they're going to work for you. But before we do, I'm going to give the same caveat that Scott did earlier, that since we are not attorneys, what we're doing here is providing an overview of information. But if you have specific questions, it is a really good idea to seek out a legal expert just to make sure that you have all of the accurate information that you might need. So our first example is a woman whom we met at CAC a few years back. Sue was a social worker and she truly loved her job. And much like the survey respondents we mentioned earlier, work was a big part of how she was coping with her treatment. However, she found herself becoming incredibly nauseous while she was at work. And of course, that is not an unusual side effect of treatment, as I'm sure many of you are familiar. But what was unusual was that she didn't feel nauseous when she was at home in the evenings. And she also wasn't nauseous on the weekends during the hours that she would have been working Monday through Friday. So we went back and forth with her, asking questions, and eventually discovered that her office was located right outside of the cafeteria. So this meant that the smell of cooking food kept wafting in all day, and that's what was making her feel so unwell. So for Sue, the reasonable accommodation was to switch offices to be away from those smells. Of course, this didn't mean that working through treatment was completely a breeze, but it did lessen that one side effect so she could focus better, be more productive, and ultimately benefit from working as a means of coping with her treatment. Our next example is a gentleman named Frank. Frank was struggling with fatigue as a result of his treatment. He worked on the finance and operations team at his company. His job required him to print and scan a lot of documents all day long. And to do that, he had to walk down 2 flights of stairs to get to the room that held all of the equipment for printing and scanning. But as his treatment progressed, his fatigue got worse. And eventually it made going up and down those stairs all day nearly impossible. So for him, the reasonable accommodation was to get a combination printer scanner that could live next to his desk and allowed him to preserve his energy for work and not be walking miles up and down stairs. So when we compare these two examples of Sue and Frank, we can see that there's no one size fits all when it comes to reasonable accommodations. It's really about looking at your specific job, the specific side effect, and the specific challenge in order to really identify solutions that are going to be practical and logical for you. Now, there are also a number of questions that you can ask yourself in order to identify other potential accommodations. So some examples include, can you work a full-time but flexible schedule? So this would be ultimately meaning that you're working the same number of hours, they would just be distributed differently. So varying the start and end times of the workday to maximize those hours that you're feeling the best can be a huge help. So let's say a 9 to 5 day might become a 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. day because you feel your best early in the morning. And then by the afternoon, you start to kind of hit that wall. Or if you take time out during the workday to go to appointments, you can then make up that time by working later that day or later in the week. A request for special furniture, such as getting a stool at a cash register or a more ergonomic chair for your desk, or perhaps a request for special equipment, such as speak-to-type software to alleviate symptoms of neuropathy in one's hands when you have a job that requires you to be at a computer and typing. Now, these are relatively small requests that can make a really big difference in comfort and ultimately productivity. If your job includes allocated break times, perhaps it's possible for you to take more frequent or additional breaks. Let's say your schedule entitles you to 2 breaks and a 45-minute lunch, but what you really need is a total of 4 breaks in your day. Those extra breaks could potentially be considered an accommodation. Again, these examples are meant to help you start thinking about accommodations and also to remove some of the common myths around the concept, such as accommodations are really expensive or they're unlikely to be approved. The fact is that according to the Job Accommodation Network, most accommodations cost nothing at all, or they might cost an employer $300 or less. So it's important to be resourceful. Really think about your environment and what might be causing those specific challenges that you're experiencing. And remember that it's all fluid. What would make work easier today might be different tomorrow, and this isn't a one-time only opportunity. And I do also want to just point out that the Job Accommodation Network is a really great resource, and they also provide ideas based on the symptoms you're experiencing for potential accommodations. So they can spark some ideas for you or just give you the one that you really need. And they also provide templates to provide to your employer if you are making a formal request. So it's just a good resource to have in your back pocket if you think that that's something that could be helpful for you.
I second that. I've used their website on calls with people looking for help with us and have gone on there to help brainstorm some ideas for their specific situation. And the resource catalog is just like outrageous of what's out there. I also want to point out some things in the chat. A few people have said like brain games, IQ puzzles to keep things to manage chemo brain fog, which I think is great. My grandfather was a New York Times in pen every day and was like sharp as a tack until he passed away in his late 80s. So, you know, I don't know if there's a scientific correlation, but it definitely, if anything, will keep your mind off of things and be a fun thing to do every day.
Absolutely.
So now we're going to move on a little bit to no conversation about navigating work in cancer can be complete without addressing that sometimes people can't or don't want to continue to the job that they had when they were diagnosed.
Mm-hmm.
For some, the realities of treatment and side effects make working that job impossible, or for other reasons, they're just not able to stay in an existing job. So we often hear from people frequently that the experience of working during treatment or going out on temporary leave helped them realize that they were ready for something new, either moving to a new job in the same field or perhaps one with greater flexibility so that they can spend more time with their loved ones. Or maybe they've decided that it's time to change lanes completely into a new career path that feels more meaningful. Whichever the scenario may be true, this is just another moment where people usually find themselves facing a number of questions that they need to answer in order to figure out their best, most strategic path forward for job searching. And that's why we brought back this slide, which you'll probably recognize from the very top of the session. The same guidance that we gave there for figuring out what to do about work after a diagnosis can be applied here as well when figuring out how to go forward with a job search. So remember the two key questions that we first asked ourselves. Those were, how important is work to you personally? And what information do you actually need to make good decisions about your job search? So similarly, this is another moment where going through an information gathering process can help set you up for success. But in these circumstances, it's a bit more of an internal process. It's about taking time to think about things most of us don't stop and evaluate regularly. So rather than just taking a leap of faith, there's some groundwork in place as well. So if for you, it's important that the next steps be towards a job that feels more meaningful, you might want to ask yourself, how do you personally define meaningful in this context? We often think that means jumping into a job with a charity, but meaning comes in many forms and includes things like an overall level of satisfaction at work. So maybe for you, that comes from working with your hands or hitting a specific sales goal. Only you know what meaning and satisfaction are to you. You also want to take an inventory of all of your skills, both the hard skills like making furniture or using a particular type of software, and soft skills like time management or being a people person. You want to make the list as long as necessary to cover all of them, and maybe even run your list past a loved one or even a former colleague to see if there's anything that you might miss and maybe they have to add to it as well. Then think about which of them you want to be using day to day at work. So just because you're great at Excel doesn't mean that you want a job that's 75% using that skill. Although, of course, I can name a few people on the CAC staff that might be a dream job for them.
Not me.
75% sounds pretty good to me. There are people here who might want like 95%. That's a little much, but to each their own. Now, it's important to make that exhaustive list and then clarify what you do and don't want to use. And from there, you think about jobs that might be relevant. So talk to people, have informational interviews or meetings with those who their jobs might sound interesting to you. And take some time to think about whether it's the job that matters to you or the company that you'll work for. For some people, it's going to be all about the specific work that they're focusing their energy in doing day to day. And for others, it's going to be about being part of a larger organization or a community. One's not better than the other. The point is to figure out what's going to work best for you. So we hope you'll stick around this afternoon for Adam's presentation, where he'll be discussing using AI strategically in a job search. But we do want to do a quick overview of some broader things to consider when conducting a job search that Adam's not going to be covering later on. Now, as we begin talking about the nuts and bolts of job searching, it's important to recognize some of the stresses. It's no secret that there are many challenges and unknowns when looking for a job. It can feel particularly scary, and it might even seem impossible to do at times, particularly if you're still in active treatment or just recently finished. Now, to start, remember that looking for a job is a process, and you approach the job search it can be strategized, and that doing so can help you feel empowered and able to think about it in a way that gives you some control back. Also, it can take time. While it might not feel that way right now, you should think about what you want and not just what you need. And the job hunt comes with huge emotional ups and downs, with weeks of disappointment and feelings of defeat. But there's that one day that seems like everything's going to turn around and you go up a hill. And unfortunately, it's not unusual for that cycle to maybe repeat a few times. So it can be really helpful to talk to somebody like a social worker about how to manage this roller coaster of feelings effectively. Now, we've also noticed over the years that people in the cancer community tend to hold themselves to a higher standard than others who are looking for work. Often survivors feel obligated to share more of their health history or their personal information than they have to or they should, and more than someone without a cancer diagnosis would ever consider sharing. No one ever shares everything about everything at work, and there's no reason to do so in a job search either. We like to say that job search is like building any relationship, and it's all about timing. There are various steps involved, and the process builds upon itself and can be heavily focused on making a great first impression. In this case, that would be your resume, your cover letter, your LinkedIn profile, etc. Uh, and we use dating as an example of relationship building. So, for example, if someone shows up on a first date and is an open book, sharing all of their idiosyncrasies and their quirks immediately, that's going to read differently than if that same information comes up 6 weeks or 6 months into the relationship. So in a similar way, you're not going to go into a job interview and admit that you chew gum really loudly, or you always sign into Zoom calls a few minutes late. So I encourage you to keep that in mind. Then it's important to behave appropriately in the context of which stage you're at in the job search process. You want to project appropriate confidence and control, and that's a great way to do that. Now, finally, during this time where so much can feel and is out of your control, there are a few elements of job searching that you can focus on right now that are completely within your control. Things like working your resume, perfecting your cover letter, getting in the habit of networking and embracing a virtual landscape that has become so common recently. And we have some upcoming webinars that on resumes and LinkedIn, as well as a networking webinar coming up. We hope you'll join us for those, where we'll go much more in detail. Those are going to be led by Julie Jansen, who many of you may recognize from previous events. She's a longtime career coach and has been working with CAC almost since we were founded. So hopefully we'll see you at some of those as well. Now, it's important to note too that there are many similarities for caregivers in the workplace. There can be challenges around communication, scheduling, and maintaining focus. And the good news is many of the strategies that we have discussed can also be applied to caregivers as well. So disclosure is a consideration on the part of the caregiver, as there may be concerns about discrimination and biases projected on them by their employer. So decide if you want to share, who you want to share with, and how. And if your employer or your coworkers know about your situation, think through how to have conversations at work where you feel comfortable and not put on the spot. As discussed, the swivel can be an excellent tool for handling specific scenarios like this. Now, maintaining focus at work can also be a challenge for caregivers. As a caregiver, you have a lot on your plate, and balancing your caregiving responsibilities with those of your job can feel overwhelming and cause challenges at work. Similarly to addressing the difficulties of chemo brain, it's a good idea to go back to the basics by prioritizing, scheduling, and giving yourself some time and some grace to recenter yourself and focus on just one thing at a time. Now, we have an upcoming webinar as well on the many aspects to consider when balancing work and the role of being a caregiver to someone with cancer, and we'll hope to see you there as well. Now, there are specific federal and state laws that can be valuable tools for people needing to balance work and caregiving. Knowing which laws apply to you as a caregiver and how to approach your employer can provide some relief and help you get everything that you are entitled to in terms of benefits and leave time. While the ADA does protect eligible caregivers with protections from discrimination, reasonable accommodations are not provided to caregivers through the ADA. However, We advise caregivers to still think through job modifications that might support their ability to do their job and ask their employer about it anyway. As Nicole said earlier, often these modifications are small adjustments that cost very little or almost nothing at all. And an employer may be willing to make these changes to support a valued employee. We encourage you to think strategically about what you need and how to ask for it, and not to forget to take your employer's needs into account as well as your own when you're making that request. And it's important to remember that the only definite no is to the question that is not asked. So if you're eligible under the FMLA, you can take a total of 12 weeks of unpaid leave, but job protected and health insurance protected during a 12-month period, which is determined by your employer to take care of an immediate family member, which would be a spouse, a child, or a parent with a serious health condition, including cancer. This leave may be used in either large or smaller increments of time, for example, taking all 12 weeks together or a few hours each week for doctor's visits. The FMLA also requires that you be reinstated into your role or an equivalent one, which would mean you have the same pay, benefits, and responsibilities for when you return from your FMLA approved leave.
Now, coworkers of diagnosed employees can play a really supportive role as well. And we've heard from many concerned coworkers who want to support their colleagues as they go through this. Now, some important things to keep in mind are understanding and respecting the privacy preferences, which we've covered disclosure a lot today. So it's really weighs heavily on the minds of people with a diagnosis. And you also want to be mindful that just because a person has shared sensitive information with you, that does not mean that it's common knowledge. So again, like we discussed earlier about making certain decisions in certain areas of your life with certain people does not translate into everyone in your life knowing the same information. Now, additionally, you want to be conscious about making assumptions. So perhaps take the time to review some of those common misconceptions that we discussed earlier. And if it feels appropriate, ask your colleague about their feelings and their preferences. And this certainly can feel a little bit awkward, but it does allow the employee with cancer to define their experience a bit more, which contributes to regaining a sense of control that can be lost, as we've discussed at length today. Coworkers might also play the role of keeping their diagnosed colleague updated on any trainings they may have missed or operational changes that may have gone into effect while that person was away from the office. This can help them just to feel more involved and part of the team at a time when they may feel a bit insecure due to being isolated and potentially not in the know. And of course, it can be really helpful to take the time to learn about company policies and get some guidance from HR and managers, because this way you're able to understand what's available and what is and is not appropriate within the context of the work environment. So if you want to be a supportive colleague, then having that information on hand can be really helpful for everyone involved too. And it's also common for coworkers of diagnosed employees to want to help, but it can sometimes be a little challenging to know just how to be supportive. It's important for coworkers who are offering that help to be proactive and specific, because this can take the burden off of the person managing their illness. Otherwise, it can feel like an added task for them to have to come up with something. So instead of asking them, what can I do for you? Approach them by saying, hey, I'd like to bring you lunch every day, or I'd like to bring over dinner, doing a meal train, things like that, because it just takes that off of their plate, no pun intended, to have to think of how you can help them feel supported. Now, if some members of the team want to hold a fundraiser to assist their coworker financially, it's best to check in with the employee first, really to see if that's something that they're comfortable with first and foremost, and then how they'd like it to be handled. Particularly if this is being done online, since obviously, as we've discussed earlier, there are privacy issues that need to be considered when putting your name associated with your diagnosis online. And then if a coworker wants to offer to take on some of the person's assignments, again, they should first discuss with the individual which tasks they'd prefer to have assistance with. And this is, again, you don't want to make assumptions that that person is unable to work on certain projects. Perhaps as we talked about earlier, I keep saying that, but we've covered a lot, that is a common misconception that people can't do work or don't want to. So perhaps that is what is helping them to cope and be more productive in their daily life. Now, we have a section on our website specifically for coworkers, as well as a coworker infographic in English and Spanish that can really assist with figuring out what is and isn't appropriate to say and do in these circumstances. There's bound to be some missteps, and that's okay. It's just the willingness to learn and correct those behaviors is what's really important here. And finally, as we all know, employers like managers and supervisors can be deeply involved in the day-to-day of employees with cancer. So it's a really good idea to consider some approaches to these situations that can alleviate some of the pressure that may be felt by an employer supporting an employee with cancer. Now, even the most trained HR professional or supervisor may struggle with knowing exactly what to say to an employee dealing with cancer. And really finding appropriate words can be challenging, especially if you've never faced these circumstances before. That's okay. This is a learning experience. It's really about taking the time to consider the lens of what your employees are experiencing and listening to what their needs and challenges are. Some examples can include saying, "I'm really sorry this is happening to you." That's simple and heartfelt. Or, "I don't know what to say or how to say it, but I want you to know that I'm here for you." Now, this acknowledges that awkwardness in a way that feels direct and genuine and lets your diagnosed employee know that if they do feel like talking, you are a willing audience. Also, just general comments that show a sense of caring, like, "I'm thinking of you." And of course, asking questions that keep conversation focused on work helps to communicate that they're still viewed as a productive member of the team, even if they might not be in the office every day. Most employees don't have the employee handbook memorized, so it can also be key for managers just to have a general sense of company policies and laws in the event that there are some questions. Now, I'm by no means saying that a manager is expected to be an expert, but when a direct report approaches with questions, they're living inside all of the unknowns and stresses of their health circumstance. So a manager having enough literacy to speak to their concerns with both empathy and concern and being able to point them in the right direction, at least for resources, can really make the difference between someone feeling like they're completely at sea or like they have concrete next steps. So earlier we mentioned the manager's toolkit, which can be downloaded from the link on this slide. And in it, you can find information for frontline managers, important facts on privacy and disability and medical leave, a downloadable tool for creating a transition plan with employees, and that's obviously something you can modify as you need. Some practical ideas for modifications and accommodations at work, and then of course, suggestions for managing challenges with sensitivity, because as we mentioned, it's not totally intuitive, and sometimes it is a learning experience. So that brings us to the end of this morning's session. We're going to get to the Q&A in just a moment, and please continue dropping those questions into the Q&A box. I've seen some really good ones come in, and we're going to do our best to get to as many as we can. But before we jump into Q&A, we do want to just quickly reiterate some top takeaways from the past 2 hours.
So being prepared with information and an action plan can be helpful in making informed decisions around work and cancer. Knowing things like your treatment plan, your potential side effects, workplace leave policies, etc., all of those will help you make informed decisions about how to navigate work during or after treatment. And then disclosure is nuanced and may vary depending on personality and circumstance. And there's no single approach. So again, writing down your disclosure preferences and communicating those decisions with your friends, your family members, potentially colleagues that you trust, will help you make decisions around how you conduct yourself in the workplace.
And then communicating effectively. It can be key to successfully balancing your needs and your job after a diagnosis. The various verbal techniques like the swivel and professional no's, coupled with the importance of being able to recognize and understand not only your own personal communication style, but that of your colleagues and managers, are tools to be an effective communicator who's able to control their own narrative and their own information. And finally, reasonable accommodations may be a valuable tool to help you continue to work after a diagnosis. Given the many side effects and impacts of cancer on your physical and mental functioning, you want to see reasonable accommodations as a key to fulfilling the responsibilities of a role. So remember to be creative with your solutions. And as Scott mentioned, the only definite no is the question not asked. So be proactive and be active in your care and treatment, and as well as your employment situations. So now we are going to move into Q&A.
So I have so many great questions coming in. We'll try to get to as many as we can. If we don't get to your question today, or if you think of something later on, shoot us an email, cancerandcareers@cew.org, and someone will get back to you as soon as we can. Now, the first question we have here, after hearing you today, I'm a little concerned potential employers may see past online posts and things I've shared that may not reflect me in the best light. Can you provide some guidance on steps to take to manage these old posts and improve my online image?
Sure. I think, obviously posting more now can be helpful. As we mentioned, deleting posts can work, but it doesn't mean that they're not out there. So they could still be findable. So it's really just about kind of saturating your presence with things that are relevant and how you would like to be perceived. So being active on LinkedIn, so that is something that pops up in a Google search before some of the things you don't want them to know about. And just really trying to create the image that you want people to see of you online, sharing what your interests are now, and who you are as a person now. We can't make up for what we've done in the past or how we've been perceived in the past, but we can have some control over what it looks like moving forward.
I think that you can always set things to private if there are things that you want to keep just like family and friends focus. And you could always create a new account, like, put your Twitter account to private, keep your friends and family on there, and create a new one with your name and your headshot and a really professional outlook, and start posting things about, the industry you're in or the job you have, or, putting your professional self forward, hoping that that would get picked up before anything else, and, change your name to Scott S instead of a full name or something like that.
Mhm.
Now we have another question here. You talked about how an action plan should incorporate my employer's needs as well as my own. Does that mean I have to work closely with my employer to create my action plan? Or do I just have to keep them in mind while creating my plan?
I think it depends. If you feel confident in your ability to create a plan that you think will be acceptable, it's just about keeping them in mind. But sometimes it can be helpful for both parts to both be involved in and collaborating on what a plan might look like that will work. Of course, coming to your employer with solutions in hand can help make it more likely that they will approve some requests and things like that, because the burden is being taken off of them to kind of figure out what to do next. But again, it can be beneficial to both make contributions where everyone walks away feeling like they're getting what they need.
I think too, remembering that everything's fluid is something to keep in mind too. So you might do a round of a plan on your own and then bring it to your employer, and they might point out things that you missed or weren't thinking about, and you can revise it and, change things as conversations and discussions go on. So it doesn't have to be, I made this plan and it's now set in stone and nothing can change. Having that flexibility as you go about, I think, is also very important too.
For sure.
So the next question we have here, my coworkers want to start a GoFundMe for me. I'm worried it would share too much of my private information. How do I tell them to not do it without seeming unappreciative?
I think you can be very honest. Just say, I've really appreciated the support that I've gotten from all of you, and it's meant so much to me. But I'm not as open with the rest of my life. And so I would just really prefer that you don't share that information about me, but I want you to know that I appreciate it. I think you can be diplomatic about it while also, setting your boundary and letting them know what you're comfortable with and what you're not. And so this could potentially color their actions moving forward too. If they had other ideas of what they would want to do to help you, this gives them a sense of what your preferences are, and letting them know what you're comfortable and what you're not comfortable with. So, having some of those more direct conversations can be really helpful. Or if there is perhaps one person that you're closer with and you feel more comfortable talking to them, they can maybe spread that message for you.
Yeah, and I think expressing gratitude, like we talked about earlier, is something so important. Like in your example, you just said, Nicole, of being sure to show genuinely how appreciative you are of this and how it means so much, the thought of it, but the practical part of it might not be for you. And you could also offer up other ideas. So maybe you have a meal train going. Those of you who don't know, Meal Train is I think it's a website out there that you can sign up. You can send it to your friends and family and whoever, and they can take a day of the week or whatever increment of time and bring you meals or send you a gift card for something for dinner, so you don't have to worry about that while you're busy through treatment. So it could be like, oh, this means so much to me. I'm so grateful to have incredible colleagues like you. I don't know if I really feel comfortable with a full GoFundMe, but I do have this meal train I set up. Maybe you can share that around the office. And if anybody wants to, no pressure, they can contribute to that, or something a little more controlled and private than a full GoFundMe out there that could take off or be in a Google search forever.
Sure.
The next question I have here: I struggle with how much detail to provide colleagues and former coworkers who may talk to others in my network. I feel like I'm always telling half truths. Do you have any suggestions on this?
I think, again, it's about expressing what your preferences are, and keeping in mind that you don't owe anyone anything. There is no obligation for you to share information about yourself that you don't want to share. So sometimes it's some inner work that you have to do first. And thinking, being vague is not lying, omitting is not lying. So not sharing certain information about yourself is totally valid and okay. I guess, hopefully that answers that question.
I think too, again, going back to like making your disclosure plan and communicating that with people that you are disclosing to. So if you're telling a friend, you have a really good friend who's also friends with your coworker, and you've disclosed to this friend, but you're not disclosing at work, making it clear to that friend, to saying like, just so you know, if you talk to Nicole, I'm not telling anybody in the office. So just try to keep it a secret with her. And I think you can outwardly say like, these are my boundaries, these are what I want. I hope that you can respect that and, not disclose on my behalf for me.
Sure. And I think reiterating the confidence in your relationship can be helpful, because they'll feel more responsible and accountable for your information.
So we have time for 2 more questions. The next one is people are always asking how I'm doing. I know you mentioned the swivel method, but that's not something not something I think I can handle mentally at the moment it's asked. I feel awful consistently saying bad. How do I address these pleasantries?
Yeah, that's tough. As we mentioned earlier, everybody has their own way of describing their situation. For some, expressing positivity is the way that they're getting through their experience. Of course, for others, it makes it that much harder. So I would definitely say, if you can, stick around for our setting boundaries session later today. There will be some really great ways to identify how to set some of those lines for yourself in terms of communication and what you feel obligated to others to say. You're not here to make them feel better. And so if you shouldn't feel pressure to lie about how you're feeling. But perhaps you can be more vague and give sort of closed answers so that the conversation doesn't have to continue as much. I understand that the swivel can take some getting used to, but it is very useful in these kinds of scenarios. And this is exactly what it's for, is really just not having to talk about something you don't want to talk about, especially if you feel that it's going to make you feel worse. So I would encourage you to just take a look at the swivel and think of how you could implement it without it feeling as much of a heavy lift as you might be interpreting it as.
And I don't think the swivel always has to be, the first part, the and the switching the conversation to something. I think it can be as simple as like, oh, I'm terrible, but let's move on. You can kind of brush it off. You can make a joke about it. There's lots of things you can bring up and try to change the topic without it being like as structured as we talked about earlier as well. And, it depends on you and what your sense of humor is, what the person's sense of humor is, what, the situation you're in. But, if it makes you uncomfortable, trying to get off of the topic as fast as possible is really what the swivel's getting at there too. So this is the last question we have. Again, if we couldn't get to your questions, please shoot us an email, cancerandcareers@cew.org, and we will get you a response as fast as we can. But the last question I have here is, I've been working remotely since the beginning of the pandemic, but got diagnosed after. I live in a small apartment and my workspace doesn't allow for a clear separation. I work in my living room. Do you have any suggestions for how I can maintain focus, but also separate myself from work at the end of the day?
Yes, I would definitely recommend you take a look at our Balancing Work and Cancer recording on balancing work and remote, or balancing cancer and remote work, because there are some really great suggestions for how to do that. It's a mental space thing. Of course, it's hard to shut yourself off from work if your computer is right next to your TV at the end of the day, or you're using, your kitchen table. But perhaps set a process for yourself at the end of the day. You close your laptop and you put it on a shelf, or you shut down your computer and you put your keyboard somewhere else. Just something that mentally structures you and tells your brain that the workday is done. If you have email on your phone, maybe set the do not disturb to start at a specific time so you're not getting those emails at night. And it's just really about, again, it's going back to boundaries and figuring out what you need to do in order to train yourself that the workday is done, and to separate yourself from to have that clear distinction between home and work. I know that a lot of people do struggle with this. It's really common. So,
yeah, and I'm stealing this from somebody. It might be Julie Larson, who's done managing stress webinars for us and different presentations. It might actually be Ali, who's talking later. But one of them had a great idea of pretend that you're commuting home, even if you're already home. So even if it's closing your computer and taking a walk around the block once and coming back and then making dinner, watching TV, whatever your nighttime routine is, but like that separation between work and home, even if you're just tricking your brain into it, really means a lot. And that's coming from somebody who works in his living room of a tiny New York City apartment. So I know that it can be a struggle. And the other thing is just like ending your day as you mean it, I think means a lot too. Of like, when you sign off, you're done for the day. And it depends on your job and what's going on and all that kind of stuff. But if you can turn off Slack from your phone, if you can turn off email notifications from your phone so that you're not thinking about work 24/7 and can kind of have a separation between your work life and your home life, I think that means a lot as well.
Yeah, and if you're able to, I think that also leaving the house, even if it's just to get some fresh air or whatever. I used to make my daily trip to Trader Joe's because the cashiers talk so much, and so I felt like I was getting my socialization for the day. So it can really be anything.
That's so great
But
too. I've started going to the library and like returning things and getting new things, and that's sort of become a routine too, to get out.
Exactly. It could be anything. So it's just about being creative a little bit.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for all the great questions. We are going to take a break for lunch now. And I want to thank you all so much for sticking with us this morning. We hope you found that the session was informative and that you can take some stuff away from here. Please plan to be back at your computer or your phone at 12:45 Central Time, which is going to be 1:45 Eastern, and I'll let everybody else do the math in Mountain and Pacific time there. And we're going to be joined by Adam Goldberg on how to strategically use AI in a job search, which I cannot wait to hear, and I'm taking notes already. So enjoy your food, and we will see you shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the break and got a good bite in before we dive into our afternoon sessions. I'm going to be your moderator for our next session. Before I introduce our next speaker, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors again: Genentech, Pfizer Oncology, P&G Beauty, QVC, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, ALSIP, and Servier Pharmaceuticals. Their support makes this event possible. And I also want to acknowledge the part of the CAC team that you can't see on screen today, but who are all working tirelessly behind the scenes. Rebecca, Maddie, Rachel, Sissy, Letitia, Tina, and Justin. Thank you all so much for everything you're doing to make this run so smoothly today. So whether you've used them before or not, it's likely that you've heard about artificial intelligence, or AI, and the emerging role that it's playing in life, whether it's self-driving cars, customer service, or translation services. Every day there are new developments in AI and new platforms to explore. And with this comes the need to learn how to use these new tools strategically. So I'm very pleased to introduce Adam Goldberg, who's VP of People Development and Learning at L'Oreal USA, who's going to help explain what AI is and isn't, which platforms exist and best practices for using them, and taking a practical look at AI in your job search. Adam's also going to be demonstrating how to use it as a tool for improving your resume, assisting with interview preparation, and identifying opportunities and next steps in career changes after a diagnosis. I know that I personally am very excited to learn more about this technology and how it can be leveraged to help those in the cancer community to find employment. So for now, please allow me to welcome Adam.
Thank you so much, Nicole. First of all, I want to say that you and Scott did an amazing job this morning. I got to watch some of it and really enjoyed all the great learnings from it. Thank you also for giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you today. My name is Adam Goldberg. As Nicole said, I currently work in people development and learning for L'Oreal USA, but I've spent about 20 years as an HR professional. I've worked in everything from recruitment or talent acquisition to talent management, finding how do we find, grow, and keep people as an employer. And you know, this has always just been my passion area to work in HR. I will tell you that I am not an AI expert, but I am an AI enthusiast. I'd say for the last 2 years, I've been geeking out about all things AI and bringing it to the work world, to my peers, to my colleagues, to my friends, to my family, and just been shouting it from the rooftops because it is such a cool new technology. And I do see a lot of practical applications for many of you who may be in a career transition or in a job search. And I'm hoping to get you excited about it today, in the hopes that you'll start to experiment with it. But before I jump into talking too much about AI, I just wanted to tell you about how I came to start working with Cancer and Careers, and I hope that's okay. I didn't necessarily clear this with Nicole beforehand, but I really came across Cancer and Careers back in May of 2022 when they were having their 28th anniversary event, celebrating Carlotta Jacobson. I sat through this event as a L'Oreal employee and completely fell in love with the organization and all that they're doing. I think I ran up to Letitia Bennett-White afterwards. She, I think, handles partnerships for Cancer and Careers. And I said, please tell me how I can get involved with this amazing organization. And I told them my story. My story is that I have a sister who is a survivor of breast cancer as well as thyroid cancer. I told them about how my wife is a cancer surgeon at NYU Hospital, and she specializes in breast and melanoma surgery. And then I told them about how I recently lost my mother to pancreatic cancer. So, you know, for me, it means so much to be here with you, with a community. And I just hope that today's presentation is something that you can find some value from. So with that, I'll kind of jump in and start talking to you a little bit about today's agenda. Where I want to start is by geeking out with you and telling you all the things that I've learned about artificial intelligence. And I do have some notes in front of me. I may occasionally look down because I want to just share everything I've learned, and I have a lot of fun stats and figures and things. After I explain what AI is, I will talk to you a little bit about how I think you can use it as a job seeker, how it can make this stressful moment feel more palatable. I will show you some videos. Hopefully this technology works. This is the first time I'm kind of doing it. We pre-recorded things to avoid some errors of like, is it actually working in real time? So we'll show some videos of and show how it actually works. And I'll also teach you about the skill of prompting. Prompting is basically, I'll talk about this later, how you talk to AI. And I'll try to leave some time for questions and answers at the end. So that's a little bit about our agenda. So let's jump in and start talking a little bit about AI. And I like to add some interactivity and try to get you all talking with me a little bit. So to get a better baseline from you all, I have a poll here. I'd love to understand from you, have you ever used artificial intelligence before? And I'm hoping someone from Cancer and Careers can kind of share with me the results once they're in. So I think there's 3 answers, yes, no, or I'm not sure.
You'll see them in just a moment.
All right. I know we have quite a few people on the call today. All right, so there's about 39% of you that have used it before, 43% have said no, and about 19% of you said you're not sure. So this is good for me. I'm already seeing some people have used it to create a resume, which is great, and we'll talk about some of that later. The truth of this, of it all, is all of us at some point or another have used AI. Most of us don't know this, but AI has been a concept that's been around since the 1950s. There's a famous technologist, his name was Alan Turing. He wrote a paper back in the 1950s about artificial intelligence. Some of you may have seen the movie The Imitation Game, all about his life and his story. But AI has been around since the 50s and been building since then. Everything that we do is a part, we interact with AI, and we oftentimes just don't even know it. So at the bottom of this chart, which is the Pew Research Center, basically did a survey of US Americans, and half of the Americans or more were not always necessarily aware of all the different ways that AI is in our lives. It's always behind the scenes. So when you use an email service like Gmail or Yahoo Mail or AOL Mail, right? Anything that there's technology in there that uses artificial intelligence. When you use Spotify or iHeartRadio, right, uses artificial intelligence to find that next song for you. I love this one that says product recommendations based on previous purchases, right? Anyone that's ever gotten something surfaced to them through Amazon has been exposed to AI. So in our lives, we actually are being touched by AI most days, and we may not even be aware of it. So let me ask you this next question, because there's a different kind of AI. There's something called generative AI. So this one, we'll see how it compares to our last answer in our last poll. Have you ever used generative AI before? Yes, no, I'm not sure, or what is Gen AI? Okay. So the majority of us are asking, what is generative AI? I'm glad that I can start to fill you in. So what generative AI is, it's basically a technology that is capable of generating text or images or videos or audio or other data in a way, and it can do it in a matter of seconds. It's pretty amazing. And there's a lot of new tools out there that are using this generative AI. So it's more consumer facing, it's more people facing than what you see. It's not something happening in the back end. It's something that you can personally interact with. And that's what Gen AI is. So there are so many different platforms of generative AI, and I'm going to talk to you about GPTs, or large language models, the stuff that focuses on creating human text. And that's really these two different things are probably the two most popular that are out there. ChatGPT by a company called OpenAI, and Copilot by Microsoft. And I'll tell you a little bit more about those two. Those are large language models, these things that focus on text. The other two on the right are probably the two most popular image generating AI. So if you wanted to make a fun AI picture of something that like you just can't find out there, you can ask this tool to create something for you. Fun story is I have a 7-year-old daughter. And when DALL-E 2, that's how you pronounce this, DALL-E 2, when it launched, I was one of the early beta testers, and I used to play around with my daughter, and she'd say, "Daddy, make me a turtle in New York City on the subway." And I would ask it to create an image, and it did. So that's really where we were using it as a game quite often. We were beta testing and having fun. There's another popular image generation tool called Midjourney. I'm not going to talk about these image generators because they're not really as popular for a job search. You're not going to necessarily need them. We're going to talk about more about these different tools, which is things that will help you understand and work with your resumes or your job searches, and things that can talk with you. OpenAI ChatGPT is probably one of the biggest and most well-known AI companies out there. It was started back in 2015 by a man named Sam Altman. He also started with 5 other individuals, one of them being a name you may know, Elon Musk. He was one of the early investors there. And what they have done is completely revolutionized. They launched their early demo of what they called ChatGPT 3.5, which I will talk about in a little bit, back in 2022. So it's so new. November of 2022 is when it launched. One of their biggest investors is Microsoft. And Microsoft has built, using all the ChatGPT, all that technology, they've built their own AI called Copilot, and it uses all of the stuff that OpenAI has given them access to because they're such a big investor. And today we're going to really focus on talking about Copilot as an easy tool for you to use. But before we do that, I wanted to just share about how fast AI is actually, this ChatGPT occurred compared to other big name companies that you may have heard of. So Netflix, when it launched in 1999, it took 3.5 years for them to get to 1 million users. Another really popular one, Twitter, back in 2006, when they launched, it took them 2 years to get to 1 million users using Twitter. When you look at ChatGPT, it took them just 5 days to do it. 5 days. So if you can imagine, AI is starting to be more and more prevalent, and so many people are using this tool. Right now, there's some statistics that say that on a monthly basis, there's 1.7 billion people going to Netflix, going on and throughout that month. ChatGPT has 1.5 million users. So it's quickly becoming a tool that many of us are using. And if you haven't used it in the past, it can be really, really helpful. So I want to talk to you about why it's also an interesting thing to use. I'm trying to move forward on the slide, but there it is. I want to talk to you about how smart is this Gen AI actually becoming. So when ChatGPT launched in 2022, they started with something called ChatGPT 3.5. And what these things do is they take large data sets and they feed lots of information into these GPT models. And they trained it with 175 billion parameters, pieces of data, right? The ChatGPT 4, which they launched March 14th, 2023, almost a year later, they put 1 trillion pieces of data into it, and it totally made a difference. It made it 10 times smarter than the 3.5 version. And this is some crazy information that I found when it looked at common exams that some of us have taken or are aware of. They tested it and to see how well it would pass. So there's like the verbal GRE. The GRE is the graduate record exam. Many of us know this as a high school exam. When ChatGPT 3.5 came out, it passed the verbal GRE. The fact that it even passed shocks me. But it passed at a 63 percentile, at the 63rd percentile. When ChatGPT 4 came out, it passed it at the 99th percentile, which is just outstanding for a computer to be able to do that. The next one, the math SAT. So something we all know from college exams. It originally on version 3.5 passed it at the 70th percentile. Now it's at the 89th percentile. Really, really smart. I know that I would not pass the math SAT at the 89th percentile even now. I'm in HR for a reason. And I'm glad that my daughter will have hopefully an easier time with AI in her life. There's also like professional exams. This one really shocked me, right? When 3.5 launched, it passed the bar exam at the 10th percentile. So it barely passed, right? And by the time it got to ChatGPT 4.0, it was passing it at the 90th percentile. So long story short, this technology is really smart. And it can be something that we shouldn't be afraid of, that we should try to utilize because it is smart. So it's getting to the point where it's even better than what humans can sometimes do. So you can see this graph here about all the different kind of ways computers have learned, from can it understand handwriting recognition, to speech, to image, to reading, and then even understanding language. So up until recently, it wasn't doing better than humans. And most recently, it started to do as good or better than sometimes humans can even do. So I do not want to worry you. Your jobs are not going to go away. AI will not replace us. I've always heard that, jobs will not go away. They're actually going to be stimulated by AI. The jobs that will go away are only going to go away to people who know how to use AI, not AI itself. Throughout time, people have gotten so scared by this. This is not the Terminator or anything like that. What people need to understand is that new technologies have always scared people these ways. I think if you go back in history, see in the 1760s, when the automatic looming machine was built, back in England, there were 7,900 weavers in England using looms. And then 27 years later, after these looms were created, they were automated, there was not a reduction. There was 320,000 weavers in England as a result of this new technology. AI is going to do the same thing. It's going to help us do our jobs differently and easier. So whether it was color TV or surgery robots or ATM machines or even cashiers, right? These things aren't going to ever replace us. AI, no technology will ever replace us. It will only make us better at what we do. And what I want to spend some time today is talking about how can we use AI to make us better at searching for jobs, finding jobs, and navigating through this timely and challenging time. So let's talk a little bit about logging into AI and how do I actually start to use it. So I'll talk to you about my favorite tool, which is Microsoft Bing. And I talked to you about Microsoft having this tool called Copilot. The reason I use Copilot is because, number one, it is free. It doesn't cost any money. And I think that is probably the best word in the English language, is free. The other reason I love it is because for free, it gives you the access to the smartest AI, right? And what that is it's giving you ChatGPT 4, because Microsoft, again, was such a big investor in ChatGPT. They give you the free version, the testing version of ChatGPT 4. If you went to OpenAI, that other program I talked about, they charge you for the 4.0 model. It also just tends to be the easiest for someone who's never used any sort of AI to use before. So how do you log in? The way that you log in, and feel free to do this on your own and see if you can find it, but you go to www.bing.com, www.bing.com. And I have some screenshots of this later, and I'll show you kind of what it looks like. But what you do is you click on the Copilot icon. It's going to be on the top left-hand corner of the page, and it's going to have that same icon I showed you earlier. You do not have to sign in. You can actually just start using it right away. I do suggest sometimes, if you want, you can create a Microsoft account. When you're using Copilot, it allows you to use it more. At some points, Copilot says you've exceeded your maximum use for the day of using this tool. If you sign in, you can use it longer. That being said, I've never really run out of it that much. So it is a great way to just get in there and use it, knowing that you don't even have to sign up for anything. You don't have to put your email. You don't have to get another email address. It can be easy enough just to use that way. So hopefully that excites you to try this one, if no other AI. The other reason I love it is because it has this unique way of talking to it. So the people at Microsoft came up with this idea of there's different ways you can talk to it. I can have a very balanced approach, I can have a very creative approach, or I can have a very precise approach to my conversation with it. So I often just leave it on balanced, and I'll show you what this looks like, because it gives me a mix of informative and creative responses, right? So that is what they call the default. There's also a creative way. So I use this a lot when I'm trying to come up with like marketing ideas at work, or I want it to tell me jokes or things like that. I use the creative thing. Typically, you get longer responses to your questions when you use the creative model. The third button is the precise button, and that's when you want to really do things like you're doing some research or you're looking for information, right? Use the precise conversation style. So let me show you kind of what some of this looks like. So this is, if you go, and I took this screenshots like probably 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and there's already been some enhancements. But this is what the main page of, when you go to www.bing.com, you will see on the top left-hand side, there's that little icon that says Copilot. So you'll click on that button, and it will take you to a page that looks like this. So there's a lot of information on the top. There's actually some new functionality that's not, I didn't get in time to update the screenshot here, but on the right-hand side, next to all those pictures there, you will see it says there's some other conversation things or other GPTs you can tap into. They've started to create vacation planner versions, cooking assistant versions, fitness trainer versions. So you can ask it if you want to cook a recipe or find a new workout, you can do that. I actually just used it. We have a vacation coming up. We're going to Amsterdam for my daughter's 8th birthday. I asked it for kid-friendly places to go to in Amsterdam, and it gave me 3 great ideas that I need to go do some research on now. We're going to look at the Nemo Science Museum. We're going to look at the Artist Zoo. We're going to look at the Blue Boat Pirate Cruise. It gave me these 3 examples. I just loved it. So that is kind of like what this homepage will look like. When you click in, you'll see this is where I was talking about the conversation style, right? So there's 3 different things. If you click on the words where it says more creative or more precise, that's how you toggle between the different conversation styles that you want to use. So the first thing you do when you get in there is decide what kind of conversation you want to have with it. Once you've decided that, then you can start doing this, asking it questions. So if you see on the left where it says, ask me anything, there's a little circle that said with like a little chat bubble with a plus sign. That's how you create a new chat. So every time you have a new question, I always suggest starting a new chat with the AI tool, and then you can ask it anything. You can also attach files in here, and you'll see file icons when you start typing in, where like a little paper clip will be in there. You'll see on the very far right, if typing is something that's challenging for you, you can use text to voice, and it will type in everything for you, which is really nice. And then there's even the little, at the very bottom, you'll see it says 0 out of, I think it says 2000. It's hard to kind of read on my screen what the exact number is. It has a limited amount that you can type into it. But again, you can always use the attachment file to put in more if you need to kind of put it in there. And then you'll see the little airplane. That's how you send it and ask it a question. So this is kind of the look and feel of how you use it. In a little bit, just after I talk to you about prompting, I will demo some of it and talk to you about some of the use cases for using it in your job search. But before that, I want to talk to you about prompting. Prompting AI is basically how humans can talk and get the most out of artificial intelligence. It is now a skill that, honestly, I am starting to teach my employees at L'Oreal. It is skills that universities are starting to teach. It is just something good for us to get exposure to as humans because AI won't go necessarily anywhere. So I have some good recommendations on when you talk, how to prompt it well. One of my favorite recommendations is to actually have a conversation with it. Treat it like a human. And I learned this from an NYU professor of artificial intelligence. You know, he kind of taught me that in the past, we've used Google and we just type something into Google and we're almost like commanding it to do something and it spits out a bunch of answers, sometimes too many answers, but there's not a way to follow up with it. If you want to get the most out of AI, what this professor told me to do is actually talk to it like a human. It changes our mindset and it helps us unlock better questions to get more out of the tool. So he says that we should start off with saying hi to it. Now, AI doesn't care if you say hi to it. It could care less. You don't have to be courteous to it. You can be mean to it. It's not going to mind. But the fact that you treat it like a human on the other side does something in your own like chemical neurological brain that makes you start to establish a rapport with this technology, right? There's lots of theories like social identity theory that really trains us that this is actually a fun way to kind of talk and work with the AI. From there, after you've said hi, I normally tell it, I say great after it gives me an answer, right? So I've asked my question, it gives me an answer, I say great. So it's a way for me, again, to enter a conversation and I say, maybe it gave me a bullet list of answers. I say, hey, that's great, thank you. Can you build upon that second bullet? I want to know more. And it will give me a whole second set of questions. The third thing that I do is I tell it thanks, because it starts to create that connection between me and this piece of technology. Number one, I feel like it's a way to end the conversation, but it also, in my heart of hearts, I believe that it's getting feedback. If we say thank you to it, it's taking that information and becoming smarter itself. So I try to always do the hi, the great, and the thanks for myself, but it also helps me find better answers. So hopefully you'll try that when you start making your first prompts. Another idea, and these are some fun things that you can do when you're talking to the AI. One of my favorite ones is after it answers you, ask it to become smarter and then give you a better answer. It is really funny that it takes this feedback in stride and then tries to give you better answers. So don't accept the first thing it says to you. Peel back like an onion, the next layer. After that, there's another fun way that you can prompt it. You can prompt it and tell it to pretend to be someone, give it a role or ask it to be a person, right? So I tell it, this is like conjure up Albert Einstein or Brené Brown. I don't know if anyone knows Brené Brown. She's a famous author and podcaster. She writes a lot about empathy. But if you want what it's telling you to have a more empathetic tone, you can say, pretend to be Brené Brown. How would you talk about having a conversation with my coworker about this topic? So it does really cool things like that, and we'll start using more empathetic language just because you prompted it to. You can do it. You can ask it to debate the answer it just gave you. What won't work here and what will work here? And it will give you some answers. You can ask it to travel into the future. You can be really crazy and say, travel into the future. Tell me what went wrong, what went right. Or you can do something fun and ask it to write something in your voice. So you could put in an email you've written in the past. You could put in your resume and ask it to write in your style. And so it's helped me rewrite emails, articles, text, LinkedIn posts. It's helped me start that process. Again, with AI, and I'll talk about this later, don't take its draft in verbatim, always make it your own, edit it, tweak it, and I'll talk to you more about that later, but this should be helpful. So let's talk a little bit. Before I move on, I just want to say just about prompting. If you do anything, give it context, right? Tell it about what you're trying to do. I'm trying to rewrite my resume. I'm going to, be looking for a new job in the next 6 months, right? Then give it a role, right? I want you to be a recruiter. I want you to help me make my resume better, right? So give it an action and then give it feedback along the way as it's giving you answers, and push it to do more. Ask it to try again, right? You can do better. So give it context, give it a role, ask it to do something for you, and then start giving it feedback and having a true conversation with it. That's how you will start to use AI better than all your friends, and then better than many people out there. So give it a shot. That would be my suggestion to you. I'm going to move on and talk to you about use cases a little bit. So career change. This is something that I know I think that Scott and Nicole talked a little bit about this, that career change is definitely something that some of you may be looking to do. You may say, I'm ready to go back to work, but I want to change my career now. I need help finding the right field or profession based on my skills or past experiences, right? In that case, you may want to use a question like this. Analyze the skills on my resume and provide recommendations on job titles or roles in the industries that I should consider applying to. So this is like the prompt that I might type in to the AI, and let me visualize that for you so you can kind of see. And I'm going to try to talk as this video is going. So hopefully it starts playing here. I'm going to click it and you'll be able to see. So first I click on the Copilot on the left, and then you'll see that I put in my question, analyze the skills, and then I click on the, oops, sorry, I was trying to stop it and pause it, but that didn't work for me. Let me just go back really quickly. Apologies, everyone. Just when I was hoping technical difficulties wouldn't happen. Here it goes. So I click on the Copilot, I type in my question, and I click on the pay-per-click to add my resume. So this is me searching for my resume. I type it in and I open it up and I put it into the system. It only takes a second to do, and then I click the submit button. From there, you can see in a matter of seconds, it starts giving me answers. So it read my resume, and it's already telling me I have experience in people development and learning, talent strategy, operations, and now it's sharing, here are skills that could be helpful for you. So it listed out 8 or 10 skills, and I love that it did that for me because it's something that I often suggest to people to do, right? If you've ever applied for a job with a recruiter, it typically allows, they typically search and narrow down resumes by using what we call the applicant tracking system. And what it's so helpful in doing is I can take some of those skills that it shared in that top section, and I can actually start throwing that on my LinkedIn profile into my resume and using some of that language. Here you'll also see it suggested 1 through 5 different jobs and different industries that I could work in. So it mentioned like consulting or technology. So I asked it another question here. I asked it, I've never thought about working in a technology company. What are some technology companies in the Midwest? I didn't know any of them. I personally live in Brooklyn, so this was helpful for me to see some of this, but I didn't even know half of these existed. So it talks to me about Root Insurance. It talks to me about Olive, a healthcare automation and artificial intelligence company. It talks to me about Lessonly, who's in Indianapolis. So again, I'm finding ways to use this new AI tool, not only to help me figure out, what are some skills I should say that I have when I'm looking for a new job, but what sort of job titles can I go after? And what are even some places that I can start to look? And AI helped me start to narrow down that process. And you saw how quickly it moves. It can really make this process of helping you start to think about things, to be that partner for you before you start talking to your friends, your peers, or colleagues. It can be that first step to help really formulate some ideas for you. So hopefully that was an interesting visualization. I know it went quickly. And I see the chat is jumping with questions. So hopefully some of the Cancer and Careers team can come back to that. I know I see some stuff about plagiarism. I'll definitely start talking about that later on. So I want to share a few more job prompts here. So if you're looking for the career change, these are some other ones you could use. You can say, based on my previous work experience in my resume, suggest other industries or roles where my skills could be transferable. For me, this is always hard, right? I don't know what industry I want to move to, but I know what my skills are. Read my resume and tell me what skills can transfer to technology or to healthcare or to this other industry, right? You could ask it, what types of education or training do I need to move from this industry to this future industry based on my current resume, right? You could ask it based on my past job searches. So I look back at all the jobs I applied for on maybe like an Indeed or Monster.com or wherever you're searching for jobs, right? You can go back and list out a bunch of the different jobs, and you can say, what other sort of positions should I look for based on this list of jobs that I've already applied for? And it may give you some recommendations. So this is where it can become fun and just an interesting thought partner for you. Another use case that I love is obviously resumes. I saw earlier on that somebody had already talked about that they had used AI to build their resume. And I love that. So you may be one of these people like myself who hadn't updated their resume in years and they need help making it better. So here are two prompts you could use. You could say, suggest keywords and skills I should add to my resume because of, remember that earlier exercise we did? You can ask it, what else should I be adding to increase my chances of getting noticed by recruiters? And then you insert the job description along with your resume. You can ask it to analyze your resume and just provide feedback on how I can make it better to fit a job description. And again, you can insert that job description. I personally use it in one other way that I did not leverage here, and I should have actually just really called out for you, is I've often had resumes that people share with me and they say, Adam, help me make it better. I have 10 bullet points about this one job. Some of them seem similar. What I do is I often take those 8 or 10 bullets, I put it into the AI and I say, help me turn this into 3 more concise bullets. And it will do that for me in a matter of instance, like seconds. Like, it is truly incredible how it can help you rewrite your resume. So just by copying some of your existing bullet points and saying there's 5 here, make these 5 better, it will give you some suggestions. Again, AI doesn't always add everything that relates to you, so you have to check it, and we'll talk again about that later. It does something that I call hallucinations, and many of us call hallucinations. It starts going through its old data and training models and starts inferring what you may have experience doing, but you may not have actually done yourself. I know this was a topic earlier, and I actually loved that Nicole and Scott kind of talked about this earlier about work history gaps. This is a 3rd grade use case. So you may be concerned about a gap in your work history and you need advice about how to write about it and talk about it. So luckily, Scott and Nicole actually talked to you a lot about, I think it was called the swivel. And they talked about like how you can use that swivel technique to talk about some of these work history gaps. But you may want to actually use it and do something in your resume or a cover letter, right? In your resume, I personally don't use objectives anymore. I encourage people to write professional summaries. That's just one HR person's opinion. But I ask it to, I might say, generate a professional summary for my resume that highlights my skills and my achievements, and briefly explain the reason for my employment gap. And then I tell it, I was in cancer treatment, but don't want to share that with my future employer. And I might say, help me write what I should put in my summary. and it will kick out a few suggestions for you. Again, you have to make it your own. You should not take it in verbatim what it tells you back. You may want to use it for a cover letter, right? Again, you may want to address an employment gap in a cover letter rather than necessarily in your resume, and you want to talk about it there. Again, it can give you some ideas about how to phrase it or write it about it. And again, these sort of prompts can be very helpful in these moments where we're just in like analysis paralysis and we just don't know how to get the words down on paper. So talking to the AI, asking it for advice can be a good starting point for you as well. Leveraging it for interviews. So this is probably my favorite way to use it. And I've done this with a lot of people that I've coached over time. I prompt it with something like simulate an interview for this role and provide feedback on my responses. And I'm going to show you a video. Again, it might move a little quick, but I'm going to show you how the AI actually does it. So again, I type in www.bing.com and it takes me to this webpage. Again, I go to the top right-hand corner and I click on the Copilot. From there, I start typing in my question. And you'll see in this case, I think I wrote, "Hi Bing." I started with my hi. I'm following my own best practices. And then I asked that question that you saw on the prompt page earlier. I asked it, "Can you help me simulate an interview for Starbucks barista role?" I picked Starbucks barista because I feel like many of us have encountered a Starbucks. We know what a barista role does, and we might be able to think of some questions. So just for simulation purposes, I use that job. So I ask it to help me ask some questions and give me some sample feedback questions. So in a matter of seconds, it already knows what good questions to ask and good sample answers to ask. So it says, of course, I can help you prepare for this, right? And it starts asking questions. What experience do you have working in a customer service role? How would you handle an angry or dissatisfied customer? And it's giving me sample answers, right? Which is just incredible that it's like giving me some ideas to think about. But what might even be more helpful is what's happening right now. I gave it some feedback. These are great questions and answers, but I would love it if you could ask me one question and then do it one by one. So it feels like a real interview. So it's going to do that for me. It says, tell me about your work experience in a customer service role. So I then decide, okay, here's how I might answer that in my interview. And I start thinking about what I'd write. So you see here, I'm like writing about, oh, I've had telemarketing jobs and I've done some other things where I've worked with customers, retail. And I would love, I think I go back here, and I said, where dealing with customers was a big part of my job, right? So that's maybe how I answer that question. What it does is it comes back and it gives me feedback, and it says some interesting things. It says, you've had valuable experience in customer service. Dealing with customers in both telemarketing and retail settings demonstrates your ability to communicate effectively and handle various situations. In a busy Starbucks environment, these skills will be essential. So if that was me, I might actually use some of that language. I might say, in my past, I've done this. I know at Starbucks, it's critical to use communication effectively. So I might use some of the language it's giving me. It then asked me another question. Describe your approach to providing excellent customer service. I put in my answer. And again, it comes back to me with more responses. And it says, that's an excellent approach. I talked about active listening, right? I said that I intently want to speak. First, I'm sorry, it's hard to read this. It says, I first tried to listen intently to people. From there, I mirror back some of what they say. It helps me make a connection early on, right? And then it says, that's great. It says, active listening is crucial to a customer service role. By mirroring back what customers say, you can build empathy and rapport. So again, in my interview, I might actually use some of what it actually just told me. I can go beyond when they ask me that question. I can say, I use empathy and I build rapport through active listening. So it's just like, for me, when I first started playing around, the fact that AI is able to help me prepare for a job interview in this way was just like completely shocking to me. And it's just like, sometimes we have to annoy our partners or our friends to help me practice for this interview. You can now use your new friend, artificial intelligence, or Copilot. So that would be kind of another use case. And again, you can do lots of different interview prompts. You can just do something even differently, like based on my resume and my job description, what are some important points I should bring up? So you can use a prompt like that. So what I would encourage you to do is start thinking about what other ways can I try to experiment with AI, right? How can I use it in my job search differently? And try to start putting that into practice. It's, taking that first step is the hardest step. So signing into Bing.com and experimenting is going to be your first step. That would be my suggestion to you. Best practices. I think first and foremost, you need to know that AI is a starting point, right? I always say you have to use it to research. It's great to research, explore, draft, and edit, and ideate and brainstorm during your job search using AI. But remember, it's only as good as the information that it's been trained on, right? So you can't take exactly what it says verbatim. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but like the AI, ChatGPT 4.0, Copilot, all these different tools, the data model that it's using only goes to September of 2021. So anything since 2021 is not necessarily captured in this data model. In future ones, they'll get better and better. But here's what's important. Always check and make sure that what it's giving you is accurate. I sometimes go back and I then do a Google search on it, or I go talk to a friend. These are things you should always do. Don't take AI at face value and just drop it into your resume or drop it into your cover letter or say things in this way. So this kind of gets me to my next bullet is AI makes suggestions, you make decisions. So I don't know if anyone has ever used Peloton and ever done a ride with Dennis Morton, but he says this: I make suggestions, you make decisions. I've taken this line from him. I feel like that's what AI should do for you. It can help you make suggestions on how you can approach things, but don't take it as the be all end all, right? It can make you more efficient, but remember, it's just a tool. It provides recommendations, but always, always, always trust your gut instincts. Make sure that it also aligns to you, what you want, right? Your long-term goals, your values. Make sure that's part of whatever you're using it for. Craft your narrative. Listen, AI does a great job writing things, but it can only do so much. It can't tell the story truly like you are. Authenticity is what really resonates with employees. So use it to gather information, to weave it into your own story, but make sure you make everything your own, really. Make sure it has your own stamp on it. Don't lift and shift what AI is giving you. Always seek feedback, right? After using these tools, seek feedback from peers or mentors or other industry professionals. They're going to spot things that these algorithms, this training data that it's been used to give you these answers, that those things miss, right? These AI tools are not perfect yet. So seek feedback from others. And this is my last one, is there's no value beyond what you can get out of networking. Networking is the best thing you can do. It won't replace your human connections, right? You still need to do those things like attend industry events, join online forums, engaging with professionals, right? There is a connection that is always going to make an impact. Somebody once told me that your weakest connections sometimes are the connections that help you get your next job or your next opportunity, right? So don't just go into this AI bubble and think it's going to solve everything to you. Still stand on all those things that you've been doing and been trying, and leverage real humans to make this whole process better. So with that, I think we can go to Q&A. I saw there was a lot in there. I'm going to ask to everyone to remember that I'm an AI enthusiast, not an AI expert. So I will do my best to answer all the questions that may be coming through. And if I don't know the answer, I'll be honest, and I'll probably research and get back to Cancer and Careers and tell them some answers there. So hopefully that works for you all.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I can tell you that everybody behind the scenes at CAC is going, wow, I didn't know that. This is so cool. I love this. So I think everybody was enthralled with this entire presentation. So thank you so much. We definitely got a good number of questions in the chat, so or in the Q&A box. So let's go ahead and jump into it. All right, so are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so the first question is, do you think that AI is plagiarizing?
I mean, it's definitely taking information that it's gotten from, I mean, there's lawsuits about with OpenAI that it has taken texts from copyrighted materials. It is something that the AI industry is working on fixing and eliminating. I think it's only going to get better. Does it happen? My guess is yes, it definitely does. That being said, I think there's a lot of emphasis to fix that problem in the industry. And I think that for the most part, this is why you don't want to take it exactly what it says itself. You
Right.
always want to, sometimes even be honest with employers. AI helped me write this, right? Sometimes employers can even think that that's a good thing, that you're playing around with it. Again, just like in any other thing, it's important to cite where you get your information from. And I would always cite where I got it from. So I don't know if that helps.
How would you cite an AI edition?
Well, I wouldn't do it in my resume or anything like that, but like I would say, like if I'm using it for a presentation or something like that, I might say, oftentimes AI at the end of the answer, they'll also give you links to websites where it took the information from. So that's how it's starting to get better. In the very early versions, that never happened. And it just was like, you were just like, how did it do that? Now
Yeah.
you'll see, like, even when I asked that question, I talked about vacation planning for my daughter in Amsterdam and kid places, like it gave me the links to the websites after using it. So it's getting pretty impressive.
Yeah, my wheels are turning for lots of different things. Okay, can you sign into Bing Copilot using a Microsoft login that you already have?
Yeah, for sure. I think as long as you click the sign in button, if you have a Microsoft account, like you can use that to log in. You don't have to log in. You can literally just go to www.bing.com. If you saw in all the demos, I could go back to them, but you can see the sign in button still says sign in, and I was using Copilot without it. So you don't have to do it. You can use it multiple times throughout the day for whatever you need. You're not probably living and breathing in it where you need to necessarily sign in. So.
Okay. So, again, we understand you're not an expert, you are an enthusiast, but do you happen to know with what AI does with all of the information that it's given? Like as you're having those
I
conversations?
don't. I mean, I do know that it is used to train. So like at my company, things that we have trained people on is if you have any sensitive information, make sure you clean that out before putting it into AI, right? So like anytime I was using ChatGPT, I always remove the word L'Oreal, right? Or I remove the name of the sales meeting or the product that I was using, and I would say hair product, right? So
Gotcha.
that would be my suggestion, is if you're worried about, like, I don't want the AI to have any information or access to this, confidential information, just strip it out from your questions or your resumes or things like that you don't want it to see.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Are there any aspects of the job search that you would recommend not using AI for?
That's a great question. I mean, for me, I would never have it opened and using it during the interview.
Okay.
I would use it as a practice. So that would be one thing I would suggest not doing it. At the end of the day, I think it's a starting point. Again, I would never fully use it in any holistic fashion. I wouldn't have it write my whole resume. I wouldn't have it write my whole cover letter. I would have it give me a starting point that I can use to edit and make my own. and I would make sure that I validate all the sort of things like when it's asking for skills and things like that. I think in the best practices, we really talked about it. There's no value that you can't place on talking to industry professionals or even people on this call today as part of this conference that you're seeing in the chat. Like those are people that are better to bounce ideas off of too. So don't use it holistically. Use it for where you think it's going to be the best. But I haven't found a place that I wouldn't necessarily experiment with yet.
Okay. Just really quickly, I just do want to make another announcement that we will be sharing a networking sheet. So if you want to add your contact information to that on Monday, please go ahead. And in conjunction with that, if you also want to register for our networking webinar in May, please go ahead and do that. Both of these things can be really helpful. Yes.
I love that.
So we still have a number of questions.
Okay.
So this next one, you sort of spoke to it a little bit, but is there a way that a hiring manager can tell that a resume or cover letter was written using AI, and when might they view that negatively?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's hard to tell just on the basis of it if they don't know you and they don't know your writing style. That being said, I would, again, I can't say this enough. I would not just take a strictly written AI thing. I would make it my own. I would make sure that, all the information there is accurate, especially when in your resume, because, those are things that employers do reference checks on, and they'll ask, did you actually do this? And if AI had made this one bullet point that said, I built TPS reports, and they ask your former employer, did you build TPS reports? Because it thinks that's what you do in that job. If that's on that resume, they're going to catch you real quick. So don't do that. Really read through what it has said and given you suggestions, but make it your own. But for the most part, it's going to use language that, the majority of Americans would use. And so it is really hard if they don't know your writing style to necessarily know. But again, use your best judgment. Make sure you are showing up as your authentic self and everything is 100% accurate.
For sure. It's kind of incredible to think of it looking at an email that you've written and being able to really, get your voice down. It's just like an incredible tool to use.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Here's another one. How are companies using AI on their end of the hiring process?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, it depends. Some applicant tracking systems are building in AI into the way that they are sourcing through resumes. Sometimes you fill out a few questions as part of the application process. They're using AI to kind of read through those responses and looking for the best things that people have had. So there's lots of different ways that some of these back-end systems that we use in HR are starting to leverage AI. Even in chatbots, right? So, you're first starting to explore with companies and you want to learn more about them. Some companies are starting to build chatbots into their careers websites and answering questions for you in real time. I started to see that start to pop up. That may become more of a thing in the future. I think a lot of companies are just starting to get into it and using it more and more now, but the companies they use to do their recruiting are looking at it even more than even themselves. So, yeah.
So it's very meta in the sense that software is using AI. And it's also interesting to think about if people are using AI to answer those questions on the applications, what kind of recognition AI might have of.
Now you're just going really meta.
I know, I'm getting really meta. I gotta stop. All right. Yes, I told you this is very fascinating. I'm learning a lot too. So we have another question. I attended a virtual networking event a few months ago. I felt like I made a few valuable connections, but after a few back and forths, it seems the conversations have gotten a bit stale. I'm worried that I've let the connection fade and wasted a potential opportunity. Are there any ways that you think that I could use AI to reawaken this relationship?
Well, first I might go to the creative mode of the conversation style. I might exactly type in that question and see what it gives me as an answer for suggestions. Like I would almost use that as my prompt, right? Because
Uh-huh.
you're giving it a role, like maybe give it a role. Say, hi Bing, I want you to be like an HR professional. Give me some advice on how to do this. Put in that prompt and see what it comes back with as an answer
Mhm.
for you. Maybe you ask it to help you draft that email to make that reconnection, right?
Mhm.
Because that will save you a few minutes. Again, change the language, say, we had some great conversations, something new just happened, right? Like ask it to
Mhm.
help you write that for you.
Okay. Yeah, makes total sense. Um,
Or ask it for like good questions, right? Like, what are some good questions to ask during my next networking chat that would maybe reignite our relationship even more? And it may say things to you, it may spit out like 15 different things. It may say like,
Mhm.
what have you been up to over the last 3 months? And then it may get more, and you may say, that's great, but try again and give me something more, right? And it may
Mhm.
come back then and say, did you read about like this new thing that happened in our industry, right? So it
Mhm.
could, again, don't take it as first answer, prompt it, have a conversation. I love these, great, thanks. What else?
So
Sort of
yeah, so you
mentality.
can always ask it to do better, basically.
Do better, always ask it, push it.
And so would you suggest utilizing AI to make like connections on LinkedIn, to send messages on LinkedIn?
No, I mean, personally, again, I think human connection is something that even AI won't replace. So like for me,
Okay.
I would stay away from necessarily. I've used it to help me write my LinkedIn posts in the past, like, and
Mhm.
help me write my first drafts, but not when I'm trying to converse and make like connections, maybe like a generic opening,
Yeah.
sure, like
Mhm.
that it would help me. But after that, I'm not using it. I'm really just relying on who I am as an individual and really showing up that way.
Mhm. Okay, we have a couple more questions for you while
Love
we
it.
have you here.
Okay.
The security of the medical facility I work in keeps AI out. It's an interesting discussion, but I can't see how I would use it now. Are there books or reviews written that will tell how it can be used safely? And is it only for people looking for jobs? I'm not looking for a job.
No, I use AI. Well, let me ask the last part of the question first. I use AI all the time. Yes, it does block you. What it doesn't block is your ability to use it on your cell phone. So they have apps now, like ChatGPT has an app, Copilot has an app. Like I can use Bing on my cell phone. So,
Mhm.
you can use it for some of that. Again, I would never plug any business information, but if you just need help drafting an email, like it can give you some thought starters right on your phone.
Mhm.
So that, and I use it on everything. I've had it help me write letters to bill collectors in the past for my father, like things like that. It's just really dynamic on what it can do. In terms of, companies that block it, I would always, always, always talk to your company, understand what the policies are before you most likely these companies have built some HR policies around it if they're blocking it out. And it is probably because they're concerned about data leakage is what they call it and confidential information coming out. I
Mhm.
wouldn't be surprised in the next few months if you work at a large company, that they release their own safe, like fenced
Mhm.
in version. So like my company currently built their own GPT where no information gets outside. So that may be coming your way in the future. I think a lot of companies are going to move that way where they're
Mhm.
building, we call it like ring fenced or secure, like AI environments.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
know like one of my former employers, Walmart, did that as well. There's lots of companies starting, big companies are starting. So once the big companies are doing it, sometimes the smaller companies are a little slower to get there, but they will get there as things become cheaper to be able to do that. So
So that is primarily the way that the data is secure, is if it's an in-house kind of
yeah,
environment.
I don't know how they built it at my company, but it's very impressive that we have our own. And they immediately blocked ChatGPT after that, which was
Mhm.
fun. Yeah. So
Yeah. Um, okay, I'm just looking through some more of these questions. We got a whole
yeah,
bunch.
I saw the chat going live earlier and I was like, oh man, I got to stop looking at it. It was distracting me a little.
Yeah, I do just want to make a note just on what you were just talking about, that it's probably a smart idea to really think about what you're putting into a AI platform that's owned by a company, just in case, because obviously they own that data. So in
Yeah,
terms of
always check
privacy.
your policies around it.
Mhm,
Ask your supervisor, what are the policies on using AI? You don't want to ever open yourself up to getting in
right,
trouble. So,
mhm.
and just about every company is starting to figure that out. So,
Right. So if you're on your company one, you would probably want to avoid asking any health related type questions, just as
correct.
a
Yeah,
general
that's where
practice.
if I have a home computer or I have a cell phone, I would use one of those for any of those sort of moments. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Here's another one. I've been seeing so many job requirements that I'm just shy of in terms of experience. How can
Mm,
I use AI to help deter their attention away from the experience that they're requesting?
yeah. Um, I mean, again, I might help it to help me write my cover letter or things like that, call it out, or during an interview process, like asking them for how do I have that conversation about bridging that skill gap that you might be, or that years of experience that might be right there, or ask it to help me write something that literally calls it out. Like, talking about asking it to help me write that sentence or those 3 sentences that says like, you know, while I may not have all the qualifications, if you look at my past experience, like at X company, blah, 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 right? It will help
Mhm,
you really think about how to phrase that or say that
mhm.
if you have that writer's block is the best way to describe it.
As someone who's in HR, if you had someone who was applying who was shy of the experience requirements, would it be helpful if, perhaps they had been using AI before and asked what kind of trainings they could be taking, and they said they were looking into taking those types of
A
trainings in
hundred
the
percent.
future? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, thank you, Nicole. You're already an AI expert or enthusiast, I should say. No, that's a great way to do it. Like, I think I even put it in one of the demos is like, what are some different trainings you can do to help
Mhm,
me bridge those skills that I may be missing, or that what are some experiences that I should try to get as a result to help me bridge those gaps. And even in your cover letter, you could be like, I've actually been working in the last 6 months trying to get more presentation time in front of, boards of, the board of directors or whatever it is,
mhm,
right? And like having it help you write that out and think about that. Not just
mhm,
what classes or trainings, but what experiences. So, what exposure should I be getting? Like, that's what I normally say experience, education, and exposure are the ways
okay,
that we grow as individuals. So,
mhm,
ask it what experience, what education, what exposure do you think I should get if I'm just shy of this job that I want?
mhm. Interesting, okay. Okay, we have 3 questions left.
Woo!
Um,
Sorry, I was drinking my Trader Joe's water. I saw earlier that you guys were Trader Joe's fans, so I thought it was a great.
yes, that was me. They used to be my sole source of socialization, so, near and dear to my heart.
I love it.
Um, all right. Are we able to list that we can navigate AI as a skill on a resume?
100%. Yeah. I mean, I said this earlier, like companies are teaching them people how to prompt. So if you are using AI, like 100%, you can start to put that as a skill that you have.
Mhm.
I think it's going to start appearing in more resumes soon. Like that's just
Sure.
my own mistake. So,
So to that end, can you recommend where someone might obtain an AI training or certification if
I
they're
mean, I would
using?
always go to the free sites, right? Like Coursera sometimes has free, and I feel like I'm making plugs for other companies, and I hope that's okay. But like, I don't know if they're any of your partners or anything like that. But there's a lot of online free courses out there, like Code Academy and LinkedIn Learning, and like there's lots of different like sites like that you can tap
Mhm.
into. Um, Honestly, even watching on YouTube, like you may not get certified in it, but like there's lots and lots of stuff. Like where I get a lot of my upskilling is reading articles of like leaders in the field. So I've found a few AI experts and I just read them on LinkedIn ad
Mhm.
nauseum, and I learn so much. And then they start posting on YouTube and they have YouTube channels like
Mhm.
so like I follow Connor Brennan, I think it's his name, from NYU, and he was really one of these first people that like got me so excited about AI. And I started watching all his YouTube videos, and I went down the rabbit hole one night, and my wife was like, "What are you doing over there? Like learning about AI, honey." So yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seems like, just given how big it's getting, there's a lot more opportunities. And just, to what you just said, if there are any people from Coursera or Code Academy on here that want to partner with us, you are welcome to. All right, we have one more question. On ChatGPT, you can start a new chat or continue a chat, and let's say it's work related, but a whole new task. Does it help to keep writing in the same chat? So for instance, to keep one work related chat ongoing, or to start a new chat for each project?
Yeah. It's a great question. I mean, normally, if it's building on the last project, like try to keep going. But even at some point, many of these like systems, they like cap out on the amount of conversation you can have with it, right? So, honestly, you could keep going forever in one single chat. I like to make different chats because it starts to keep like a record. When you do sign in and you create an account, it keeps a history of them all, so you can go back and look. So if you have multiple different topics, like I will look back at the histories and it will show me like my first question, so I know to go back to that one. If I like, I got some great information, but it's maybe 2 days later before I put it into my resume, I want to go back and look it up in the history that it's keeping.
So would it retain your writing style if you were to be restarting those new conversations?
I don't think it's that smart at this point. Like if you no, you have to restart with like, here's my writing sample. I think
Okay.
every new conversation you do, that would be my recommendation at least.
So it's not perfect.
Oh, it's definitely not perfect. Far from perfect. I hope if anything that you understand that any of this AI is far from perfect.
sure.
It does these weird things, like they call it hallucinations. It makes things up. But again, it's a great tool for beginning that ideation, that brainstorm, that thought partnership. It is an extension. It is not a replacement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, this has been extremely informative. We are at the top of the hour, so we want to make sure everybody gets a break. I know they've been sitting here for a while, so I want to be mindful of the time. Thank you for joining us today. All of your insights on technology that I know I, for one, really needed more information on. I too feel like an enthusiast now. Next up after the break, we're going to be hearing from social worker Ali Schaefer on tips for understanding, identifying, and setting boundaries. So please plan to be back at your computer by 2:15 p.m. Central Time. See you soon. Thank you all for joining us today.
Welcome back, everyone, for our final session of the day, which is going to be balancing work and cancer, resetting boundaries. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Scott Sinclair. I'm a senior manager of programs here at Cancer and Careers, and I will be your moderator for our final session of the day. Now, it's no secret that everyone has limits. And if you're juggling work after a cancer diagnosis, it's extra important to take the time to identify what yours are and to find productive ways to address them on the job. I am pleased to introduce Ali Schaefer. Ali is a counselor, speaker, and educator who works with adults who are navigating life transitions, coping with health challenges, and desiring to live more fully. Today, Ali will help us all understand what boundaries are and aren't, empower you with some techniques to help identify and effectively set them within your specific role and workplace, and of course, reset them when necessary. Ali has presented for us many times in the past, and I personally always walk away with new ideas and approaches to setting healthy boundaries for myself at work and beyond. And I hope that you will also get the same thing out of this. So I can't wait to jump in and hear more of what she has to say today. Ali, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Scott. I'm going to take a moment to see how to get my background off and just ask you to bear with me as I do some technology. Let's see. In the moment, I'll just let you see me in some interesting graphics. They're working on.
You
Sorry, I
look
was
like
trying to
a
help you out here.
Andy Warhol
Yeah.
to me.
Thanks all. Say that again, Scott.
You look like a pop art Andy Warhol to me right now. It's actually
I
very chic.
do. Yeah, it's a way to engage everybody, keep everybody interested for our
Exactly.
last session of the day. But thanks so much, everybody, for your patience. Let's see what we can do. I'm looking on my end. I see a place to choose virtual background, and maybe I can take that off.
That's much better.
How did that work? Oh, great. I'm so glad to see everybody today. Thanks for your patience. Wow. I am really, really so excited to be here. Thank you to the incredible Cancer and Careers team for inviting me to be part of this workshop today to talk about truly one of my favorite topics, boundaries. This morning, as I was getting ready for this presentation, I thought, gosh, this is really perfect timing to get to talk about boundaries today, as we are shifting from the slumber of winter into spring, where I'm not sure where you are. Spring might look like a couple different things, but where I am, spring is springing, and it is a great time to spring clean our boundaries, to consider what we need for this new season and to consider how we can make those changes. So I'm excited to do a little spring cleaning, a little resetting boundaries with you as we do our last session of the day today. As we begin to shift our attention into this time ahead, I want to invite you to bring your attention back to you. You've been talking about a lot of different important topics today. You've been learning new things, navigating AI, thinking about considerations for work after a cancer diagnosis. And I want to invite you for the last hour that we get to spend together to really bring it back to you. And in the spirit of doing that, I'm going to invite you to drop an emoji or a word in the chat that just describes how you're doing, how you're feeling in this present moment. So take a moment and drop it in the chat for me. Yeah, thanks everybody. I did hear you were quite an engaged group, so this is wonderful. And I see a range of experiences. Yeah. That makes sense. And let me just say, wherever you are sitting and with whatever you are feeling, it is okay. And we're going to move ideally at a pace that feels doable. And if at any point you get overwhelmed, just come back to you. Take some breaths, take a break. Know that you can always revisit this topic through the webinar recording or through the slides that you'll get. Still breathing. I appreciate that, John, and I'm glad to hear that. But again, to all of you for being here today, thank you so, so much. There are going to be times throughout my presentation where I invite you to answer some questions, or there might be some prompts that you're going to drop in the chat. And this is, again, another way to stay connected with you, with your experience. And then at the end of our time together today, I'll address some of your questions. So thanks so much for joining along and for participating. So a little backstory that I think is important. Why are we having this conversation? Why is this an important enough topic to take an hour in a very important day? So for many years, working in cancer care, I saw people navigating the complexities, the logistics, and the reality of cancer. People were adjusting, often by necessity, quickly to the disruption of cancer, doing the best that they could to cope, to make do, to adjust to significant and difficult, stressful circumstances. I saw people tapping into resilience. I saw people experiencing hope and also feeling fear, overwhelm, uncertainty, and navigating loss of control. Maybe this is some of what you've experienced, or you see others who you care about negotiating as they navigate cancer. And these are big experiences to adjust to. And often people, in the best way of coping that they could, would just keep going as usual, would maybe start overworking or struggling to show up consistently, not just in life, but in work. And these coping patterns, these very typical, understandable responses to cancer, are not and were not sustainable. And it adds to the challenges of cancer, increasing the burden. And that's something I want to address today. So here are some of the common things that I heard over and over. Take a moment to look at these quotes. Maybe this is something that you've said. Maybe this is something you've heard one of your patients say. And maybe this is something that you've heard other people talk about, but maybe you didn't even have the words for. I'm proud of myself that I worked all the way through treatment and did not miss a day of work, but now I'm exhausted and emotionally drained, and I wish I had taken more time off or asked for help. I have scans coming up and I can't think about anything else. I can't keep up with my work right now. All of these things are understandable. They are human, because you are a human navigating a really difficult experience. And again, people are doing what I saw were doing the best that they could to adjust to the impact of cancer, to these new unknowns, to the tasks and the disruption of cancer. And I saw an opportunity to bring boundaries into the conversation as a way to help people live with cancer, and also to continue doing what's important to them while creating space for well-being. It's an opportunity to look at how can we create sustainable patterns, options, and choices for living, which sometimes you might not feel like you have when you're also dealing with cancer. So this is a quote: "My boundaries were not great over the last year. I was juggling work, partnering, parenting, and my self-care was non-existent. The addition of cancer prompted me to set some new boundaries to help me hold all these things and to adjust for the space that cancer is taking up in my life." And what I really love about this honest quote is we're talking about how do you hold the life load, which might suddenly or over time continue to include things like cancer or shift out of cancer treatment or maintenance therapy. And how do we adjust for the space that cancer is taking up in your life? Not necessarily by choice, but we need to find ways to respond. And too often, as humans, with and without cancer, we don't adjust for the new things added to our plate. We simply just keep adding, and expecting ourselves to do it all, and then some, and wondering why it's not working, why we're struggling, or maybe even suffering on a number of different levels. So as discussed earlier today in detail, and for those of you who may not have been at the morning session, I invite you to go back and listen, but I just want to point out a couple of things again, and the reason for having this conversation. Why do we need to be talking about boundaries in cancer and work? We know that adults who are navigating cancer want to work, and they find a lot of benefit by working, a sense of normalcy, having a sense of pride and purpose, as well as some structure in an uncertain time. And those of you who are or have been navigating cancer, you know there's a high degree of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns, and also a lot of things that just feel scary, loss of control. And this is critical because we want to help you work in a way that is sustainable. I love that it also points out a support system in the workplace is quite advantageous, and that can look like a number of different things for people. And not all support systems in the workplace are created equal. And that's what I also want to empower each of you today as you're listening to this conversation for you through the lens of you. Many of you may not have great access to resources, modeling of boundaries, and invitations to choose things that are good for your health and well-being. Again, people are not malicious in this. A lot of people just don't know. And so we're going to give you some knowledge and ideally some personal power today to make some different choices that benefit you. So let's take a look at work culture and workplaces today. We spend a lot of time working, and it's getting more and more so the expectation of work. And this has very real implications on our health and well-being, how much we are working. Plus, let's talk about the landscape of work has dramatically changed. We're no longer simply working 9 to 5. We are working in lots of different ways, lots of different schedules, and we're more accessible than ever, right? And as you look at these headlines, it's quite striking. Kind of makes me stop and pause. And then also when I look at this middle category, there are so many different ways that people are working right now. And we need boundaries. We need skills to help ourselves manage the change in the work culture landscape. And so maybe you see yourself in this list, and if there's ones I've forgotten, please put them in. Each time I do this presentation, I get to learn and make it more informed to speak to the audience who's here today. But there's a lot of different ways to work, and we need tools to do that right now. It's just not as simple as it used to be. So kind of in summary, here's a few things that we know that are clear. People navigating cancer treatment and have a history of cancer want to work and need to work. And the landscape of work has changed dramatically. And people navigating cancer don't often know that changes need to be made about how they're working, when they're working, in what ways that they're working, and that change is actually possible. And then some people just don't even know, like, what could I change, how to make changes. And we falsely assume and also just keep doing what we're doing, because as we know, an object in motion often stays in motion. So we falsely assume we just have to keep doing what we're doing. And when you add cancer in the mix, which can often be a time of acute stress, chronic stress, or a period of transition, we might not have the awareness or the brain or emotional capacity to think critically about changes that need to be made. And we also just might not have the energy to do the work of implementing these changes. So we often need some help, maybe someone outside of ourselves, a trusted friend, a colleague, maybe a supervisor that can help us think about what might change and how to implement those changes. So what can we do? What can we do right now to address workplace issues and impact our personal well-beings? In my book, reset boundaries, spring cleaning. And for some of you today, that's going to look like setting boundaries. And for some, it's going to look like resetting boundaries. But my premise, my hypothesis is that this is one of the quickest, most impactful ways to address your well-being today. In an article, A Guide to Setting Boundaries by Joe Sinek in the Harvard Business Review, published on April 14th of 2022, he writes, boundaries as a solution sit right in front of us. When we define what we need to feel secure and healthy, when we need it, and to create tools to protect those parts of ourselves, we can do wonders for our well-being at work and at home, which allows us to bring our best selves in both places. And isn't that ultimately the goal, what we want? My assumption is that many of you deeply care about the work that you do, and you want to show up well at work, and you also want to show up well in your life. And boundaries is a way to help you do that. Here are some other articles and headlines that I want to show you. Right? This is not a new phenomenon. This is not a new conversation. This conversation around work and boundaries and the ever-changing landscape is all over the internet. So many people are needing these conversations, seeking these tools, and saying it's really hard to be a worker in today's landscape. And there are so many things that I don't have control over. And here are some ways that I might be able to regain some amount of control. I also noticed the one that says it's important for remote work to maintain boundaries between personal and professional lives. With the changing landscape, with the increasing accessibility, we always have our phones, we always have our computers, our emails there. There is an expectation that we're always available. There is a blurring and a bleeding of lines between professional and personal, and we're never off. And that is really hard and quite a recipe for burnout. So creating some distinction between professional and personal lives when we can and where we can is really important for our health and well-being. So let's set the scene for today. Like, what are we going to do? What am I hoping to convey to you in this conversation? One, it's as simple as get boundaries on your radar and into your conversation. If we don't talk about boundaries, it implies that they're not important, that they're not available to you, and that this is not something that could be helpful to you. But a lot of people aren't talking about boundaries. It was really interesting to me. In preparation for this presentation today, I talked to a lot of friends that work in various workplace settings, and I said, is anyone talking directly about boundaries to you? And most people said no. They're starting to talk more about mental health. They're talking more about self-care, but very few people are actually naming boundaries. And so today, we're going to name boundaries and get them into your conversations. And regardless of what your role is or your roles, because many of us are in various roles, multiple roles at one time, I want to plant the seeds for you, your patients, your clients, your staff, your loved ones who are navigating cancer, and also those who are simply human, not navigating cancer. This applies too. But I want to get this idea, this conversation about boundaries into more of your direct conversation with people, asking people about their boundaries, helping people to implement boundaries and to see what's needed and necessary for an increased quality of life. Today, I also want to offer ideas, questions to consider, and different perspectives for you to play with to see what feels good for you. And remember, as I said at the beginning, we're bringing this back to you. So what feels good for you might not feel good for somebody else. And I want to invite you to decide what feels good for you in this season. I also want to normalize some of the uncomfortable parts of boundary setting. It's really uncomfortable. And I know you guys talked about that this morning, that sometimes it's really difficult to set boundaries. Sometimes people push back, and there are always going to be people that push back on your boundaries, the boundaries that you set. And that doesn't mean it's wrong or bad. And we want to help you get comfortable with that being a normal part of setting boundaries. I'd also like to demystify and maybe reduce some of the shame around setting boundaries, because that can come up for some people too. I want to engage the community and attendees to ask questions, share ideas, and win. So again, we're going to be using the chat box, and I want to invite you at some points, look through it. You have an incredible resource of, it looks like 189 people today live and more who are listening on the replay. Use the community for your benefit. Let us celebrate you and let us share ideas that have been helpful or ask questions that we need some support for. I also cannot speak to every individual experience for people who are present today or listening on the replay. So I ask your generosity and empower you to listen through the lens of you. Some of the things I say are not going to be right for you, are not going to work in the workplace or the life that you're living, or in the environment that you are. And that's just part of how it goes. But I want to invite you to say, what can I hear? What can I take away from today that might help me in my own life have more of what I need and want and less of what I don't? So again, try on what I offer. It's okay if it doesn't feel good for you. Make it your own. Again, that's how I learn too, is hearing about what works for each of you. The last thing I want to say, this is a huge caveat. So workplace cultures and people vary widely, okay? Boundaries cannot and will not fix everything. They are not a magic cure. They are not going to help fix a toxic or unhealthy environment. And they are not going to make up for things that are not good or healthy for you. So they can only do so much, but they can do some things. And lastly, keep bringing it back to you. What do I need? How do I feel? How can I make this my own? So we're basing this on you right now in the spring season, inviting you to get more clear on your personal agenda, your personal values, your needs, and also your limits. Because if you don't remember, I'm going to remind you, you are a human with limits and you cannot do everything. So we want to help you make value-based choices on you, okay? This conversation today also might raise more questions than it does provide answers, and that's okay. Let's start together with curiosity. Curiosity opens the door for the possibility of change, or for something to change when the time is right. So are you willing to be curious together? Feel free to drop a thumbs up in the chat box if you're willing to be curious. And also a thumbs down if you're saying, Allie, nope, I am not feeling curious today. That is okay. Heck yes, thank you, Linda. I love the enthusiasm. All right, seems like we have got a lot of people on board with curiosity. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, so we were talking about, let's see if I can move this, there we go. So all this, let me just come back and say a little bit of level setting. What are boundaries? Okay, boundaries are an act of self-love and a care of self tool. Boundaries can help to protect, preserve, and promote your priorities and your needs. They can serve as a response, an intervention, a maintenance tool, or a protective strategy to help you manage and actively and intentionally live your life versus being lived by your life. This feels really important. Boundaries can help you manage as well as decrease life and workplace stress. They are an extension of and an expression of you and your personal values. Boundaries are about you because you and your needs matter. I'm going to say that again. You and your needs matter. So again, this makes it sound like boundaries are pretty much like a superpower. And in my book, they really are. They are dynamic, they are fluid, they are flexible and adjustable. to really meet and match the energy of you in your life in each moment. And also over time. And some boundaries, to be clear, are only about you, and some are going to involve and potentially impact other people. We'll get more into that as we go. So it also is important to break some of the myths of boundaries. Okay, so I'm selling them pretty hard. I am aware of that. But I want to really also demystify some things about boundaries. They are not about shifting someone else's behavior. And too often I hear people say, okay, well, I'm going to do this so that she does that. Yeah, that's really not how boundaries work. Someone else's behavior may shift over time as a byproduct of the boundary that you set, but it's not to change someone else's behavior. They are not based on other people. Boundaries are not selfish, mean, or rude. And for some of you, that's the belief system you have around boundaries. Also, boundaries are not optional. They are mandatory in the school of life. Boundaries are not a sign of weakness, and they are not able to override the reality of being human, having limits and limitations. So again, reminder, you are a human being with limits and limitations. You have limitations about what you can do. Boundaries are not a miracle cure for an under-responsive, non-responsive, or unhealthy work environment, work culture, or difficult work or personal dynamics. So I know that some of you today are working in really difficult, challenging environments with difficult cultures, with difficult personalities. And there are some things that boundaries can do for you to be in that environment, but they are not going to magically fix the environment or the people that you work with. And I just want to be really clear about that. Boundaries are about taking care of yourself and your needs first. They are more than just, I can't. And this is really important. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you want to. And so we are inviting back choice, that you have choice about what you do to the extent that you can. Also, a little bit of a new piece of information for some people, boundaries are lifelong work. Every time I get to do this presentation with the community, I am invited to look at my own boundaries to assess what is working, what is not working, and where I need to make some shifts and adjustments. And so it is lifelong work, which is both little for some people and also maybe a bit permission giving that you've got time to practice the skill of boundary setting. This is about supporting the life that you want and working within your limits, not to necessarily help you do more. Okay, so this is not a get more from the hustle culture, get it done, get it done. And certainly that might be a byproduct of having really good, strong, and consistent boundaries. And that actually might feel really good. If you want to work, which a lot of you do, we want to help you work. So let's get personal, okay? I think we've been doing this long enough now that I can ask you, maybe I've gained your trust to invite you to get honest and personal for you. Looking at this, what of these signs that your boundaries might need resetting? What's brewing and stewing in your life right now? So just take a moment to take stock. Again, without judgment and with curiosity, because a lot of you said, yep, I'm here to be curious, Allie. And so looking, you might notice, wow, I've got a lot of these checked off, or there might just be one or two. And this is a way to notice what's here, just information gathering. You also might notice some additional things that are not included on this list. Feel free to drop it in the chat. What are some signs you're noticing that your boundaries might need some spring cleaning? Most apply to you. Thanks for that honesty. Yeah, feeling overwhelmed and burned out. Sure. Yeah. Again, this is a great time to revisit what you're experiencing right now so we can help you realize what's happening and also give you some support to make some changes. Most apply. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, it's not surprising. On the way to burnout, sure. And let me also say, I'm sorry that many of you are struggling right now with some signs of boundary issues, some burnout, needing a breather, and exhausted. And I get it. I really do. Most apply to you too. Yeah, it's been a year of this. Yeah, it is. Life is challenging these days for so many reasons and also over time. And a lot of people are really feeling the impact of life these days. And it is not easy to be a human. And again, this is why I keep bringing it back to what can we do? How can we help you? How can we empower you to have some influence over your life right now? That is really important. Thank you all for taking that honest look. So let's now bring this back into the work arena. Here's what boundary issues at work can look like. And just beginning to, again, honestly scan. Oh yeah, that's me. That's me. Oh gosh, I do that too, and I didn't even realize that might be a boundary issue. So for some people, we're just naming what you already know. And for others, we might be putting a bit of a spotlight on some of the sneaky ways that poor boundaries can show up in the work environment. And you might want to revisit this list at another time when you've got a bit more space and time to consider what's really happening for you. And ideally, without judgment and with a lot of compassion. Most people are being asked to do a lot in the work world right now. And without a lot of acknowledgement that it's not reasonable and oftentimes not sustainable. So boundary issues are not necessarily just your fault, and they are your opportunity and your responsibility. I liked this graphic because it really continues to illuminate how does this stuff happen, right? How do we get caught in these cycles of unhealthy work boundaries? And we started at the top. People infringe on you. You sacrifice your needs. Expectations increase. And then we go around and around and around until we're in a really difficult pattern and we don't know how to get out of it. So setting the right kind of work boundaries, again, for you, can actually increase productivity, not the point, but maybe a byproduct, alleviate stress, definitely a goal, and actually turn a vicious cycle into a virtuous one, right? How can we make it work for you? But we've got to get clear on what's getting in the way, what's contributing to this. So let's look at some of the ways boundaries could actually help you, okay? And this is ideally where I'm going to invite you to get bought in to boundaries and boundary setting. That these are some of the things that boundaries can help you do and experience in your life. Improve your quality of life, promote healthy living, show up for the things that matter to you, express your values, manage stress, carry various life loads, teach people how you want to be treated, let in what you want, keep out what you don't, foster emotional well-being and physical safety, help you navigate complex environments, workloads, and/or relationships, prevent and recover from burnout. And this is a big one. Boundaries can help you have the space to just kind of notice yourself, what you're experiencing, and then to have some room for what you might need to be different. And then also space as you make those changes and deal with the discomfort of a new pattern. Boundaries can help you participate in writing the rules of your life and work. And again, here's another caveat. I'm not implying everything in your work environment or work schedule is within your control. I know for a lot of you, there are various things that you have to do that are part of your job descriptions, but we want to find where are the things that you can do. What can you have influence and control over for your own well-being as you're managing a complex load that to some degree includes cancer? Here are some benefits of healthy boundaries at work. Again, bringing it back into the work arena. Boundaries are part of a comprehensive personal care plan. We all have care plans. We all have health care plans, and we're adding a line item of boundaries. Helps you manage time, energy, workloads. Helps you use your time and energy for things that are important to you. Again, you'll hear a lot of duplications, but it's just sometimes another way to see it. How can this help and support me in the work arena? Improve job satisfaction. Keep working through treatment sustainably. Again, we hear over and over, you want to work. So this is a way to sustainably work. Healthy and clear boundaries at work give definition to time, roles, relationships, responsibilities, and expectations, which sets you up to work more efficiently, securely, and sustainably. Boundaries are part of a comprehensive care plan and can help you feel a sense of control, which I know in the cancer world is really important. We want to have more control than we often feel when moving through a cancer diagnosis. So just kind of looking, here's how this could help me. Looking at it another way, again, sometimes we need to look at the same issue from a lot of different vantage points. There are a lot of different inroads. Here are some of the costs of boundary issues at work. If you're not having good, consistent boundaries, maintaining, implementing your boundaries, and periodically assessing what do I need in this season of my life right now, here are some of the things that are going to show up. Again, this is really repetitive, but illustrates what we already saw in signs you might need some boundary resetting. Unhealthy boundaries create more work. Like, that's not what we're aiming for here. And really drain your energy. Again, we are trying to help you have your energy for the things that matter. So just another quote. Boundaries allow us the freedom of choosing what is right and best for ourselves in a way that keeps us psychologically healthy. And when boundaries are crossed, it can feel uncomfortable and produces negative effects. It's really important to understand the cause and effect of poor boundaries or boundary violations or boundary crossings with our own physical, mental, emotional well-being. So if boundaries are so wonderful, what gets in the way? It's important to talk about this too, because we want to normalize. We're all starting from a different place with boundaries, and we've all got our own belief system or experience around boundaries. Some of us are never taught or learned how to have healthy boundaries. Many of us are operating out of shoulds and obligations, which are around meeting other people's expectations and wants for ourselves, and not necessarily tapping into what we want for ourselves or what we believe we want to do. We often have a lot of false ideas about boundaries. They're not allowed. They're mean, they're rude, they're selfish. And many people have feelings of guilt that come up when they're setting boundaries. And guilt is a really important thing to explore and to look at. When guilt comes up when setting boundaries, what might that mean for me? And how am I letting guilt be a barrier to do the things that are important to me and that will help me have the life and managing the life and the cancer load that I'm experiencing right now? Fear is another thing that gets in the way of setting boundaries. A lot of different fears, and these make sense. I'm afraid if I set a boundary, I'm going to lose my job. There's going to be conflict, and I don't like conflict. Someone's going to retaliate against me. It's going to mean work doesn't get done. And then some of the personal motivation. I don't set boundaries because I want people to like me. I don't want to disappoint people. I don't like saying no. I don't like asking for help. It's hard to have difficult conversations. For some people, if you feel your worth is connected to your productivity at work, it might feel hard to say boundaries, to set boundaries, to say, I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I have too much on my plate. This is not my priority in this moment. I have other things I'm focused on. And also, if you're someone who is historically a high achiever, setting a boundary might feel like a personal failure. It is not. It is absolutely not a personal failure. So let's get personal. What's getting in your way? And again, this might be a slide and questions that you want to come back to outside of the presentation today to honestly consider and to look at your own personal beliefs around boundaries. Looking at, are you using work or lack of boundaries to avoid feeling something or dealing with something in your life? Am I trying to keep things the same, right? That sense of normalcy. We keep working, we keep doing the same thing while we're navigating periods of transition, acute stress, or uncertainty that comes along with cancer. It's understandable and not sustainable. Also, some people are trying to make up for how they haven't been able to work or what they haven't been present for. And so they have poor boundaries because they're trying to make up for cancer. They're trying to distract people remembering they have or a history of cancer. And maybe there's other things that are getting in your way from setting boundaries that would be really important to take a look at so that you could begin to build some different belief system actions around setting boundaries. This last one I think is important too. Do I believe I'm supposed to be an open door all the time? Again, now that we've got devices, now that we're accessible all the time, it's led to this culture that we're supposed to be available all the time. We're supposed to respond to a text or a phone call in the minute we get it. And that is absolutely not true. We cannot always be working. I've let work kind of take over my life. I want to be using my energy and spending my time living and doing the things I enjoy. Yes, yes, this is what we're looking for. So let's get into what does it look like to actually reset your boundaries, right? As we're doing spring cleaning today, here are the things that you're going to be considering. How do I feel? How do I want to feel? For those of you that said tired, on the road to burnout, really struggling, unexcited about my job and my life, et cetera, et cetera. Let's answer that and then look at how do I want to feel? I want to feel more energized when I go to work. I want to feel able to do the things that are important to me. I want to feel grounded. I want to feel calm. I want to feel peaceful. Whatever it is that you want to feel, right? Name it. And then looking at my current load, that includes your load of cancer, your load of work, your load of life, anything else that's on your plate. It's so important to name it. See what's actually here, not just what you think is here, but what's actually here. And then what is your current capacity? And what I'm asking when I say capacity is how full is your tank? How wide or not is your bandwidth? These things also factor into it. At a different time in your life, when you have less load and more capacity, you can do different things and therefore need different boundaries. Another question to ask yourself, can I keep carrying this current load? That's a really big one. And it might be hard for some of you to answer this honestly and accurately. And then you're beginning to think about, so what might change? What are my current needs? What are my values and priorities right now? What are my non-negotiables? I need 8 hours of sleep. I want to go to my son's baseball game every Friday afternoon, etc. You get to think about what matters to you. Also, what season of life am I in right now? This is a really big one, right? Are you in active treatment? Are you transitioning to survivorship? Are you moving from your family home? Are you a CPA at tax time, right? Are you the parent of a small child or small children, right? Those are different things that are going to impact your boundaries and what you are and are not available for. Another question that can be really helpful is what is working and not working right now? And this just gets kind of into the weeds, which can be really helpful because sometimes it's those small details that we can really make a shift around. And then this is an important question that I love too. Is there anything in the immediate future horizon I need to be aware of? In an article written by Nicole with Cancer and Careers, she shared one practice called coping ahead. Productively thinking about what you're going to face, what's upcoming, and creating a coping plan, a response that is emotional and logical. This helps you feel prepared and also allows you to pivot when things come up, right? So you're just kind of thinking ahead. What's upcoming? Do I have treatment upcoming? Do I have scans upcoming? And what might I need to begin accounting for right now, making boundaries and changes for? Other things that you're going to be taking into account, right? And I know that this is pretty dense and I'm moving through it quickly. So I want to invite you to come back to it, but I want to show you all that you can consider to evaluate your boundaries, to create boundaries for your well-being in the season that you're in. We're looking at things from a lot of different perspectives today to help you gain insight and information, and also to find maybe where's the doorway, right? Where's the place I can enter to make a change because other things feel hard or impossible or not available right now. It's not to add to the overwhelm with the amount of information we're gathering from these questions. It's really to empower you to find your inroad. I love this quote because it illustrates we're not aiming for complete separation between life and work. We are simply, because as it says, we don't have switches in our heads that help us turn off who we are or what we've got going on. Instead, boundaries encourage us to have dedicated work time and dedicated time to recharge. There should be a palpable mind shift, the lifting of the weight of workplace responsibility and a sense that we're done for the day. And I want to invite you, are any of you feeling that? If not, there's the opportunity, naming something we want you to feel, the ability to end the day, to put your job down so that you can be in life and come back to work or life or cancer when you can, when you need to. So let's get into some more boundaries. And now I know that as we talk about boundaries, it would be lovely if everything was as obvious as these indicators of boundaries, which, because of the type of person I am who loves boundaries in nature, when I walk out in nature and I saw this tree with these very obvious spikes, I thought, wow, that tree's got some good boundaries. So anytime you want to come walking with me, we will be noticing boundaries in the wild. But not every boundary is so clear and obvious, like a stinky skunk or these pointed trees. So we're going to look at some other boundaries that you can consider for yourself. Boundaries can help direct others as to how they have access to you. Where can they get to you? How and in what ways can they communicate with you or not? And so on the left side, it's a door. And so you're saying, this is the way that people can come in. Here's when you can email me. Here's when I'm available. Here's how you can contact me. And here's when I work, or here's when I'm at work, right? It's a very clear entryway and exit way. The middle one shows a wall, which could be no access. So there are times I am completely unavailable, or there are people I am completely unavailable to. And then the one on the right, this one makes me laugh, is a fence, right? And so a fence is still a bit of a barrier, but you can see over it. And the horse on the left is clearly kind of over the fence. And I think the horse on the right may have some feelings about its boundaries, its personal space being violated by the horse on the left, right? But maybe it says, yeah, come on over, let's have a little chat, right? So this is just another way: a door, a wall, a fence. And you might want to think about, what are these indicators? What are these boundaries in your own life? Another way to think about them is, again, loving nature as I do. Evergreen. This is a boundary that's going to be all the time, always in place. This could be work hours, management strategies, communication, ways you take payment, days that you work. This could be always in place, like an evergreen. A perennial is something that comes back each year. There is a cyclical nature to this kind of boundary. So again, maybe you're a CPA at tax time and there's a certain set of boundaries that you take off the shelf for this particular time that comes around on an annual, yearly basis, or at some cyclical time point. This could also include scans. This could include medical appointments, the start of the school year, anything that occurs repeatedly and consistently. And whatever that time frame is consistently, it doesn't matter. It's just, it happens more than once. And then we also have annual boundaries. And this is something that happens just for a season. I know annual doesn't make sense in the way that it actually is used in gardening, but it just means for a season. And so these might be some boundaries, again, that you take off the shelf just for this season. And that could be things like a vacation, certain projects, treatment days. Here are the boundaries that you have for these specific things that happen once. So here's a lot of different ideas about some boundaries to try on. Some of these you might do, some of these you might consider doing, and some of these might not work for your work environment or your work culture. It was really interesting, again, as I was talking with people about the different boundaries that they use in their work environments. There was a lot of different ideas and also a lot of conflicting ideas. There were some people that said, schedule emails to delay and send. And some people said, nope, send it whenever. It's other people's job to manage when they respond to work emails. So there's not a one size fits all for everybody. It's really looking at, what could you use to help yourself? How could you manage your workload? Things like delegation, prioritization, minimizing interruptions, to simply help you get your work done, to help you breathe during the workday, to help you eat lunch without also working, to help you leave work at work. Some of these, again, you might do, some you might want to implement. So I'll invite you to come back to the screen. Here's another way to look at boundaries again. Amber Ray talks about this, and it again is values-based. I value, so I need, and will honor by. And for some of you, this might be a helpful way to develop and create your boundaries. Another book, Set Boundaries, Find Peace, and also a workbook, talks about boundaries in 5 different criterias: physical boundaries, intellectual boundaries, emotional boundaries, material boundaries, and time boundaries. So again, I'm not trying to overwhelm you with all the different ways to look at boundaries. I just want to help you find what might be helpful, things that make sense to you, something that clicks and goes, oh, okay, I get it, right? How can I talk about this? So let's put some of these into action. The first thing I want to talk to you about is OOF. And this is a personal practice that I started doing. And OOF stands for Out of Office Fridays. And this is something I started doing about 1.5 years ago. And it was a decision that I was going to take every Friday off. So this would be an evergreen boundary. Okay. And in doing this, it is interesting because one decision the boundary of not working on Fridays led to many other decisions because I needed to consider what else needs to change since I don't work on Friday, or what needs to be communicated. And also, what are the boundaries and actions that will help me redistribute my Friday load to Monday through Thursday? So it takes time to implement some boundaries, especially when there is a domino of boundaries that need to also be put into place to support that initial evergreen boundary. Okay. And then I'm continuously assessing, is this working? Do I like having Friday off? Is there something else I'd like to do? And for some of you who are paying attention to my personal practice of OOF, out of office Fridays, what day is today? Today is Friday. So here is an example to show you that there are times that you can consciously choose to change even an evergreen boundary if it feels good to you. And for me, being a part of this conference, talking to you today about boundaries on a Friday feels really good to me. And so I'm here, not oofing. Another example is vacations. Okay, this might be considered an annual, right? That one season or one-time thing. And so I need to be considering, what are the boundaries? What are the actions that I need to put in place before my vacation, during my vacation, and after my vacation that helps me have a vacation, that helps me take my PTO, my time off, with more ease and more presence. And this might be a boundary where you're using Nicole's example of coping ahead. So you're thinking ahead about what needs to happen to redistribute the load and have what you need so you have that protected time. The last one, scans. This could be a perennial boundary. It's a cyclical event that comes up on sometimes a known and sometimes changing timeline. But it's also likely an event that has increased stress, maybe even some anxiety and fear. And so you need to consider, you'll benefit from considering what needs to shift to account for the load, the emotional load, and the practical logistical load of something like scans. Do I want to have a boundary about only doing mission critical things? Maybe that's going to be a time period where I'm not making meals from scratch every day and I'm ordering food or asking friends to deliver food, or I'm not scheduling myself to need to deliver big projects during the time when I'm in my scan window. All of these things are ways to consider, how can I practically apply boundaries and boundary setting for my benefit, for my well-being, for the things that matter to me. So again, one of the other things I want to note, and I've kind of let this out as we're talking, but boundaries are so important and useful during transition times and periods of increased stress. And I think that cancer and the experience of cancer, regardless of where you are, there are times that we need boundaries to support the load, the stress, the anxiety. And it can be so helpful to remember, this is a time to engage my boundaries. All right, here's another place where we're going to get into the chat box. It feels really important to me that we celebrate each other, that we learn from our wins, and that we can help each other. So take a moment to think about the most personally impactful boundary you've set or is working for you right now, and drop it in the chat so we can all see it and we can celebrate. Simply saying no. Excellent. Thanks, Angela. Yep, no is a complete sentence. You got it, Robin. Schedule breaks every day of the week without failure. Excellent. Not working weekends. Yeah, taking a medical leave, time to slow down. Allow time for myself. Leaving on time. Yes. Seeing a lot of the same ones. This is fantastic, everybody. The physical act of closing the laptop at the end of the day, right? Boundaries don't necessarily need to be huge actions to have a meaningful impact. Thank you guys for everything you're sharing. This is so good. And for those of you that are struggling with ideas or knowing what you might be able to do, I invite you to read through this. Hire a caregiver. Yeah, engaging support. Not putting work apps on my personal phone. Absolutely. Sometimes we just need that literal physical boundary and distinction. So we can't be tempted. Bringing and planning a yummy lunch. Absolutely. You're going to be more likely to stop for lunch if you're excited about it. Do not call me after 9 p.m. unless it's important. Great. Yes. So good. Continue to put them in. This is really important. This means a lot. You guys are doing it. Whether you realize it or not, you're putting some very important boundaries in place. So some of the ways to communicate boundaries: be clear, be direct, state your need, your position, follow up as needed. And these reminders at the bottom: someone else's curiosity is not your responsibility, and someone else's fire is not your fire. Those are great things to remind yourself of. I need to remind myself of them often, as especially I'm human, and sometimes I get tired and I forget. Someone asks me a question, I feel obligated to answer, but that's a moment to just breathe, come back to myself, and remember, I get to answer the questions that I want to answer. I get to share the information I want to share. And just because someone else has a problem doesn't mean I need to fix it or step in. Again, this was something you guys talked about this morning, getting comfortable with no. And it bears repeating because this is a huge barrier to setting boundaries, to resetting boundaries, and to being successful with boundaries. So getting comfortable with the discomfort of telling people no. And for some people, feeling like I let people down, I disappointed people. That might be true. You might disappoint people, and you are still able to say no. You are still allowed to say no, because we want to put you and yourself in the mix as a priority. And so this is about inviting yourself to get comfortable saying no, to be prepared for what it feels like to sit with the icky of no and other people's potential pushback and reactions. So just a couple of things to remember as you're setting and resetting boundaries. And you can tell we're kind of taking the road, we're coming towards home to land into our Q&A session. So thanks so much for staying with me today. Start where it feels easiest and build from there. This is so important to create momentum, to build confidence in yourself, and to build familiarity with the experience of setting boundaries. A lot of times, boundaries can feel like new emotions, thoughts, or sensations, and we often label new as bad or wrong when it's simply just different. Okay, so we're trying to build your equipment, build your competency and your comfort with boundary setting. And boundary setting really can have a cumulative effect over time as you practice, as you have success or experience with attempts. I don't want to say failures because I don't think anything's really a failure if you're curious, which you are, and willing to learn. And also, I want to remind you that micro moves, small actions, really can make a difference and give you just enough breathing room or just enough space to make another choice, to implement another boundary that is for your health and well-being. So as you reset your boundaries, be willing to start somewhere. Please, please, please be compassionate with yourself. That is so important. If you're judging yourself, if your inner critic is super loud and unkind, it's going to be even more difficult to set your own boundaries. Feeling feelings when you're setting boundaries and resetting boundaries is very normal. Remembering that your boundaries are about you and a reflection of what you need and what you value right now, while taking into account what is happening in your life. And only you know that. You are the expert and the authority of your life and your needs. So your boundaries, about you, for you, because of you. Some boundaries are for you to know and some are for others to know. And that is a really important distinction, I think, because sometimes we think we got to tell everyone everything we're doing at the time we're doing it. And that's not true. Like if you're setting a boundary for yourself that you're going to leave at 5 p.m., just leave. You don't necessarily need to announce to your colleagues or the office, I'm leaving at 5 p.m., right? Just leave. And if someone has a question or needs to know something, you could certainly choose to communicate. I am leaving at 5 o'clock today and will not be available, and I'll get to it tomorrow morning, or I'll get to it the next time I'm in the office. Okay. And if you are in the process of implementing some boundaries that you're choosing to reset today, clearly communicate those new boundaries, because people will be operating and relating to you from the old boundary paradigm, from the old dynamic. It's also important to periodically circle back and check in. Are my boundaries helping me? Are they having the desired impact? Is this working for me right now and or in this season of life that I'm in, or is coming? And then it is super normal to get loose with your boundaries, to forget what is helpful, what is needed and necessary. And when you do, it's just simply re-engaging with your boundaries. As one of my teachers told me, we forget and we remember, we forget and we remember. So today, if nothing else, may you remember yourself and your boundaries. Address boundary conflicts or violations as soon as possible. And then many boundaries don't require permission. It's a big one, right? We're often waiting for someone to give us permission to set a boundary. Just act, just do it. Close the laptop, go outside, eat that delicious lunch uninterrupted. Take time to respond to an email, a text, or a phone call. You are worth it. Your needs matter. Your health and well-being matter. So I hope in all of this, you've learned something, you've developed questions, you are walking away with some ideas or maybe even inspiration to reset some boundaries for you as we begin spring together. And so my words, my haiku that I developed, you can't do it all. You get to choose what you do. So please choose mindfully. Thank you so much for being here today. I think that we are going to do some Q&A. Hi, Scott.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't mean to interrupt you right there, but
No, that was perfect.
thank you so much. That was incredible. As always, I'm taking notes over here for myself.
Great.
Oofing is my favorite new verb. So thank you for that.
You're so welcome. It's part of my personal maybe agenda now to teach the world about oof. And the fun thing is when you oof, you also get oof eve. So Thursday is now oof eve in my world.
Ooh, oh, I like that too.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So we're running a little short on time, but we have
Yeah.
time for a few questions.
Great.
Again, if we don't get to your question today, we're so sorry, but please shoot us an email, cancerandcareers@cew.org, or if you think of something over the weekend, next week, a month from now, we're always available to answer your questions.
And we'll be here again in October with this topic, so join us for the webinar.
Absolutely. We hope you'll join us for that as well.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
The first question I have here is, how do you set a boundary when you mentioned that you went through breast cancer twice and their eyes immediately go to the breasts? I want to ask so bad, what are you looking at?
Sure, I get that. And yeah, gosh, what an uncomfortable moment, right? What a vulnerable moment where I can appreciate the story I'm making up is you feel very physically exposed, right? And so in that moment, I think you can simply say, hi, I'm right here. You could even say that directly, or you can simply continue on with the conversation. You might not be able to change where someone's eyes look. I think sometimes it's very normal to have our eyes instinctually move in that direction, but you can step back into the conversation, directing it and changing the conversation or directing the conversation in the way that you want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Again,
Yeah.
it's like we were talking earlier with the swivel, it's, not the same thing, but the controlling the narrative yourself and getting to something that you want to talk about, I feel can really help in something like that, maybe.
Yes.
The next question I have here, I am currently in treatment, but don't look sick. Something my supervisor has said to me more than once when I try to talk to her about the challenges keeping up with my current workload. How can I help her understand that just because I don't look sick doesn't mean I feel 100%?
Yeah, what a great question. And this is something a lot of people navigate. I don't look sick, so people forget I'm sick. And I really am continuing to navigate the impact of cancer. And so I think there are ways to really just say that. I know that I don't look sick. It can be really easy to forget what I'm navigating on a daily basis. And it's really important to me that we continue to talk about what I need because I am negotiating and navigating these things related to cancer. And so thank you so much for continuing to support, to understand, and compassionately work with me.
I could not say it any better than that right there. The last question, again, if we don't get to yours or you have something else, cancerandcareers@cew.org. We have people there Monday through Friday answering emails. So shoot us whatever questions you have there.
Sure.
But the last question here is, what if a manager or supervisor looks at my setting boundaries as me not being a team player or trying to get out of a shared responsibility?
Sure. Yeah. And I know this is a consideration a lot of people have, and this is a very common fear. How am I going to be perceived because I set a boundary? And so, one, there might be something that you're just going to be reinforcing. Here's why I'm setting my boundaries for me. And then there might be places where you can directly say to your teammates, your colleagues, your supervisor, I am so committed to doing this work, and here are the ways that I am going to help. And as you say that, here are the ways I am going to help. You might name the boundaries that you're setting. So in order to show up well for this project, I'm going to be powering down at night. I'm not going to be available on the weekend. And I am really committed to being here during my work hours. So it's almost just like reframing it in a different way to normalize boundaries as a part of showing up. The other aspect of that is no matter how much you say or reframe it in a positive way, the supervisor, colleagues, or teams may have their own stuff around boundaries, what they feel able or allowed to do with boundaries, or what it means to them and their belief system. So you can't change everyone's opinion. And that might come back to reinforcing why you're setting the boundaries for you that you know and trust are going to work and help you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today, but Ali, thank you so much. I'm glad
You're
I get
so
to see you
welcome.
in a couple of months with everybody else. Hopefully joining us, all of you, I'm sure will be there. Uh, and just sharing your knowledge and your warmth with all of us is just always appreciated here, and we're glad to have you. I think there's guidance that all of us can take back into our lives and be more intentional with our boundaries. And before we go, I just want to say an additional thank you to all of our sponsors for your continued support of allowing CAC to put on events like these. And finally, a big thank you to all of you, our audience today, for joining us. Your terrific questions, comments, contributions of all kinds have what made today so valuable, and we thank you for that. So with that, we have just wrapped our 13th or our 11th annual, jumping ahead a little bit here, our 11th annual Midwest Conference on Work and Cancer. I hope there's a few key ideas or tools that will help you take whatever your unique step is as you navigate work after a diagnosis. This day is just part of the conversation here at Cancer and Careers. We are here for you, to support you however we can. A couple more quick things before we end the day. We're sharing a link to the evaluation for today's program in the chat box right now. It'll also pop up in your web browser when you close out of the Zoom call. We would love to get your feedback on that. We'll also send you an email on Monday by 5 p.m. Central with the link if you don't have time to do it right now. We appreciate you taking the time to fill this out, as your feedback is invaluable in helping us improve our events and in communicating the value of this day to all of our incredible sponsors who keep us ensure that we are able to provide our conferences for free. We'd really appreciate you if you could take some time to complete it either today or next week when you get it in your email. Finally, if you asked a question that we weren't able to answer today, or if something comes up later, please shoot us an email, cancerandcareers@cew.org, and we'll have somebody respond to you as soon as we can. Thank you all again, and I hope you have a great weekend.